maybe you have a worse attitude when you cross the dense vegetation, or maybe sometimes if your attitude is to stay inside marshes and 25 minutes you will find many different. You will use many different styles for your competition in only 25 minutes of race.
So, good morning, everybody, and welcome to what is going to be a very exciting day following the Junior World Orienteering Championships 2025 middle distance final. We are in Baselga di Piné in Italy for these courses, both for men and women, with 25 minutes of expected winning time. Weather in Italy still very good, sunny day, but this beautiful forest setup is waiting the athletes. We are going to have the same arena both for this middle distance and also for tomorrow's relay. Race has already started, with the first starters to go out in the forest at 9 o'clock. You can see right now weather conditions, 22 degrees in Italy, and the spectators already there to cheer for the world's best juniors. We'll have some pictures from the train as in previous days. That was TV number 2, where at the moment we had passing there Vendal Letonen in the women's class. She's going to come down to the finish pretty soon, probably with the new best time in the women's class. Women's class right now, the leader Marie Kravdal from Norway. We will go through the courses in a short while. But this is the environment in Italy. So first the men's course, 4.4 kilometers course with 18 controls, 200 meters of climbing. Start interval is 2 minutes time, as in the long distance, with 180 men running this race. Women's course, slightly shorter, 3.7 kilometers, 16 controls, 175 meters of climbing. Again, 2 minute start interval for the ladies, and nearly 160 ladies on the start list. So here the course for the women. You can see the same character as we will see for the men. The beginning of the course on this area where you can see there's some greens on the map, a lot of short legs. Normally you tend to think that okay, just keep the direction between the controls, but here there's time to gain on finding those micro route choices between the controls. Then at control number 7 we have the first TV control, then the longer leg on the women's course going to control number 8, and then TV2 at control number 12, and this part of the forest 8, 9, 10, 11 and 12, really nice open forest there. You'll see by the pictures it's very good to run on that area. Then route choice here for control number 13. You can go around the hill or through the hills there. And then the last part of the course into this more marshy area. Here the visibility is slightly lower, so there's time to gain or lost on these final controls, and then into the finish, into the run-in for this 3.7 kilometers course in the women's class. As for the men, same start as for the ladies. So a lot of small controls, short controls there. But again, you really need to be precise with your orienteering. There's some seconds to gain here and there. And they go to the same control, number 8, where you have the first TV control. And then this nice long leg on the middle of the course for the men. 8 to 9, very long leg here. And I think that this they can really simplify. They can just go on the top of the hill, then drop to the pads, and then they will go on the slope, on the line between 11 and 12. They cross there, and then on the top of the hill to control number 9. But here is where they can really get some time. Then same character again, shorter legs on this more open area. Another route choice leg to control number 15. And then again onto this more marshy area, lower visibility area toward the end of the course and into the run-in. So 4.4 kilometers course for the men with those 200 meters of climbing.
More comfortable with the long legs over the loops. Probably the loops. I had a pretty good speed and focus then. So, fuck you, Elsa.
And here is a glimpse of what the athletes will look for. So this is TV number 1. And growing through the start list on the women's course, we had already some good names starting their courses. Like we told you, right now in the lead, in the end, is Venla Lehtonen from Finland, 30 minutes and 1 second is her time. But as the day will go along, we will have some more good names going out there. Venli Punto, 11:06. Then Katiots, 5th from 24 at 11:34. Silver medalist from the long distance, Henriette Radzikowski at 12:06. And then toward the end of the start list, the silver medalist from 24, Victoria Skashova, will start at 13:14. Janka Mikes, 4th in 24 at 13:36. Then from 14 onwards, a lot of good names. Rita Maramaroshi, Fanny Delaye, Lucy Dietrikova, Evalina Oyanaho. So in the women's class, it's going to be very, very open until the end of the race. Also very interesting to follow the gold medalist from the long distance, Freya Jerne. She will start at 12:48. So we still have some hours here of commentary to do until we have the winner in the women's class. But in the women's start list, it is very, very interesting to follow until the end. Right in the end of the start list, we have 2 of the biggest favorites for today, Lucia Dietrikova and Evalina Oyanaho.
In the meantime, we have Rihanna Pelivan from Turkey in 4th place, 24 minutes 39 seconds. Elsa Kaipe in 4th.
So now we are going to go to that final part of the start list, and you see there Rita Maramaroshi at 14:00, Fanny Delaye at 14:06, then Lucia Dietrikova 14:12, and Evalina Oyanaho 14:20. For Evalina Oyanaho, last chance in the junior championship to get the gold medal, or at least last individual chance, because she's of course with the Finnish team. They are one of the favorites for the relay tomorrow. Going through the start list in the men's class.
46 for Marcus here.
Right now, at the finish, Erik Grønborg Nilsson from Denmark. He's the current leader. 31 minutes and 40 seconds.
From the Boston Celtics to the Phoenix.
And as for the women, as the day will go along, we'll have better and better runners starting into the forest. It's not as in the women, so toward the end of the start list, maybe we don't have such good names, but you'll see at 11:37 we have one of the favorites again for today, Loic Berger, starting in front of another strong name, Ludwig Rosen. Then the biggest favorite for today is again Daniel Bolejovski, starting at 11:51. So this is more or less in the middle of the start list. Then also good name there, Svante Salin, Finn Selmer, Alejandro Garrido Diaz, the bronze medalist, the surprise bronze medalist from Spain, will start at 11:59. And Florian Fritzen, 12:13. He was fifth in 2024 in the middle distance. Also, will be going to be interesting to see what Niels Dolgaard is from Denmark is going to do. And then going more into the end of the start list, we will have the silver medalist from the long distance 2 days ago, Wilmer Selin. You see there, starting at 13:43. Then also interesting to see what Antoine Derlot is going to do. There's several good names here, Arpo Virkajärvi, also interesting, Korsin Muller, Martin Chobot, and Martin Chobot starts at 14:23. You see him there on the start list, the Hungarian, 13 last year, so aiming here for a place among the top 10. And as we go along, the last to start will be Álvaro Pérez, the Spanish. So Álvaro Pérez was, in fact, running so good on the long distance that I think we need to give an eye up to him for this middle distance today. Unfortunately, he made that route choice mistake to control number 11 on the long distance. That threw him out of contention. So here, the replay of the arrival of the current leader in the men's class, Erik Grønborg Nilsson from Denmark. You see him there, 31 minutes and 40 seconds. That is the leading time for Erik Nilsson at the finish. Then second spot for Odin Eek from Sweden, 47 seconds slower. And the third position for Samuele Ackler from Italy. So good to see, very good performance by the Italian. Is actually in front of one guy that we were counting to be on the top, Prokop Tomaszek from Czechia. As for the women, in the leads at the finish, Venla Letonen, 30 minutes and 1 second is the running time, or was the running time for the Venla Letonen. Then the second spot for the Marie Kravdal from Norway, 14 seconds slower, and third position for Victoria Visiblova from Czechia. Now at the start line, Leonie Mattis from Switzerland. Magnus Lindahl from Denmark in the run-in to the finish right now, 10th spot for him. For sure happy but tired in the end of his race. He will be back here tomorrow for the relay with the Danish team. Now into the forest, and this is on his way to TV2. The Latvian runner Arnikans going into the second TV control, and you can see this very nice area of the forest. Good visibility for sure. This is one of the places where you really want to be running. So good to see these beautiful Italian forests.
One of the most difficult parts of the competition.
In the start line now is Anette Salava from Latvia, born in 2007. Still a very young runner. But into the finish now, Sigrid Oksgod from Norway. She's coming right now to a place among the top 15, but for sure she will not be so happy, because you saw there on the split times, big mistake from her toward the end of the course. She was really in contention for what may well be a new second best time. It was at the second TV control, but you'll see here on the pictures where she made that smaller mistake to the control. I think it was control 15. But let's wait for the replay. So here, these smaller different route choices, I think it pays up a little bit to be on the top of the hill from 7 to 8 and then just drop where the runnability is better after they go through those greens. And the route choice to control number 13 going around the hill there, but you see, the Sigrid's going out from the pads too early and losing a lot of time to that control number 13, so that she is totally out of a place among the best on today's race. Now Gracien Bouilly into the finish. He did the super long distance 2 days ago, where he managed to be, in the end of the day, in 8th position. But here, going right now into 4th spot, but I don't think it's going to be a top 10 for him today. So 10th position for Gracien Bouilly, 1 minute and 25 seconds slower than the time, or the current leading time, of Erik Grönborg Nielsen. So he had some media training, that's for sure. He needs to say ciao to the family back home, back to Switzerland. He will be here back again for the relay tomorrow. Now Ignacio Vallejo from Spain into the first TV control. You can see that this first part, like we told you, the first part of the forest is much more close, so lower visibility. He punches right there, 9 spots, but 2 minutes 23 off the pace of Erik Nielsen. But such a good pictures from the terrain. Of course, we are in the middle of the Alps. Sometimes the connection on these more remote areas is not as good as in more densely populated areas. But we can really understand how the forest is there. when Max Westberg from Sweden going now into the second TV control, and the Swede is in contention for a place among the top 10. And I think that is, yeah, if he performs really well, it can still come to what may well be a new fourth best time in the finish line. But right now, more than 2.5 minutes behind the leading time of Erik Nielsen. Now Mark Buidoso, and the Buidoso name is very famous among orienteering. For sure, you remember the winner of the middle distance in Portugal. So he has some family name to look forward. Of course, very, very young still. Marco Buidoso was born in 2008, so still very, very young runner, the Hungarian. And Rachel Goods. And now we take Leander Willenman from Sweden, because this will be the new best time at TV2. He has been running extremely well during his race, and you'll see him the time still on the minus part, so you will see that he will pass at that second TV control in the lead of the men's class. Yes, indeed, it's uphill. He's taking his time up the slope there, reading his map carefully to hit the control in the good fashion. Yeah, here he comes. So it's a nice 27 seconds lead for Leander Willenman from Switzerland. 13 on the long distance. Here running extremely well again. So you see, on these short legs, you really need to take the good line. Leander Willenman to that control number 2. I think it's very hard to see, but there's a small gap on the green area to control number 2, and you can really get the seconds here and there on the shorter legs. But then Erik Nielsen, higher running speed on the last of the short controls. And here Willenman going on a more south route choice compared with Erik Nielsen, getting a good gap there. But you see now that Erik Nielsen is getting closer when it comes to the second TV control. And the gap, as we have seen on this second TV control, only 27 seconds. So Leander really needs to perform on the last controls if he wants to be the new leader at the finish line.
Dabalina from Latvia heading into the finish just outside the top 10.
And Ollie, welcome. How are you today?
Thank you. I'm good, thank you. We've managed to fix a slight internet problem here at the arena, so I'm here now. Looks like there's been some good quality racing so far. The forest is looking gorgeous.
Yeah, and you had the chance to go and have a small jog around the forest, and you told us that there are some parts of the forest that are really beautiful and open.
Yeah, particularly I went to a couple of the controls and it was really open and runnable, really, really pretty. And then in towards the final section of the course, the visibility drops, but still pretty runnable.
So on the pictures, Leonie Mattis from Switzerland going out of TV1. She passed their fifth spot for her. 1 minute and 4 seconds off the pace of Venla Letonen. Yeah, small mistake there for that control number 1. What she was doing? This is clearly not the best route choice to control number 6. You can cut through the top of that hill, and then from the top of the hill you drop to the open area. It's a much better line to control number 5 than just going so far around. Jestrek Pacznik from Poland at the start line.
It's always interesting to see the different states of mind of the athletes at the start. Some of them like to look really switched on and focused. Some of them really, really aggressive at the start, and some of them really, really calm.
Yeah, so Pacznik was in a more attack mode, I may say, there. But here, in the finish line, the Frenchwoman Amaya Roche is now sitting on 10th spot. Tired in the end. Let's see if she's happy. No emotion shown on TV.
Back to the start then for the USA's Anna Green.
I don't want to say anything about Anna. Could be comfortable in the green area. No, just forget it. Forget the last 10 seconds of the comment.
So Anna Green, the first time at the Junior World Orienteering Championships for the US runner. Very, very young runner, born in 2008. Yeah, so now we bring Rachel Goods to the second TV control. And she is improving her standings. At the pre-warning to the first TV control, she was 26. At TV control number 1, 18. And now she's, as you may see, going to go into a place among the top 10 at this second TV control. Of course, all preliminary results.
She's looking strong up that hill. And then into the final part of the course, which is predominantly uphill from 13 upwards.
Yeah, so there you saw. This is what I tell you. If you then these are very short controls, but if you don't take the good line between them, you lose a lot of time. She lost some time to control number 3 because she went into the green area, and you saw that she was behind, and probably she struts a little bit, didn't take care about her orienteering, and made that huge mistake to control number 4. So she's fighting back, but yeah, this will not be good enough for a medal today. But in fact, she's running faster than Van Letonen from that first pre-warning. From control 5 to control number 12, she's running faster than Van Letonen.
Westerberg at the finish. He'll finish just inside the top 10.
And I'm about the Swedish men's side. I'm quite curious to see what will Hannes Mogensen do today. He was missing last year due to injury. He didn't finish the long distance. Of course, he already has a good medal, good silver medal from the sprint relay. Let's see if he can keep his orienteering together and the physical part together for today's middle distance race. Here the GPS replay. Oi, Odin Nick, what is he doing? Oi. Oi. So you saw the mistake there by Odinik into the last controls, and he was closer to Erik Nielsen than what we could expect, and then with those mistakes there, in the end, only second spot for him. We go to Mark Buidoso. He started pretty well in the beginning of his course. Probably coming here into a place among the top 10, but he's losing some time to that TV number 1. Yeah, so Leonis Matis losing some more seconds. However, the second TV control, but still a place among the top 5. So punching there, 43 or 42 seconds off the pace of Van Letonen. So now Mark Buidoso, he punched that first TV control 221 off the pace of Erik Nielsen. He lost, I think, 1.5 minutes between the pre-warning and the TV control. So let's see. So we have a pre-warning control at number 6. So then we can plan if they are going to the TV control. And at that control number 6, Mark Buidoso was in 6th spot, only 47 seconds behind Erik Nielsen. But let's see what he did. Oy, so bad direction going out there from control number 6 to 7. And that is why he's now 2 minutes and 20 seconds off the pace of Erik Nielsen.
And at the finish, we've got Wheelerman. And it won't be inside the top 6. Looks like he's dropped quite a lot of time in the final part of the course.
Yes, he already seemed to be struggling a little bit with the physical part toward the end of the course. We saw him walking to that TV control, but probably also some mistakes on the last part of the course for him. So 7th spot, same time as Erosorsa. Yeah, so yeah. So Ollie, you were totally right. This area of the forest is much closer, so it's very prone for this type of mistakes.
Yeah, the visibility suddenly drops since you've been in such open forest in that TV2 loop, and then it just drops into much more dense forest. And at the same time, you're also having to climb and diagonally across a slope, so it's going to be quite difficult to hold your direction through that section.
Yeah, so you really need to do good orienteering all the way to the finish. From the map, you may think that's okay, this is a very easy middle distance course, but there's a lot of time to gain doing really good orienteering until the finish. So current standings at the finish: in the men's side, Erik Grungborg Nilsson, the leader, Odinik 2nd spot, and still the fantastic 3rd spot for Samuele Ackler from Italy. He still sits in bronze medal position. As for the women, Vendla Letonen in gold medal position, Marie Kravdal, and the 3rd spot for Victoria Sviziblova from Czechia.
Changes and leadership position, all the threats coming from the forest. It seems to me that the situation is a bit frozen since some minutes, but we are at the very beginning of this long day. And Stefano?
So it's again a long day for us here on the commentary box, but yeah, it's an interesting one because we'll have so many good things to look out for. So Akseli Pesso from Finland going through that first TV control, passing there in 8th spot. Also some time lost on the first part of the course for Akseli. But for him, still possible if he does really good orienteering to keep and come into a place among the top best. So this is what we were telling you. I think that this is probably the best line going out. You go on the top of the hill there and then you drop to the pads before that big leg control number 9 in the men's class.
Antonina Slonska then, heading towards the 2nd TV control. Looks like a pretty strong run so far.
Yeah, very, very good to see Antonina performing really well here. Last year she was 50 on the middle distance, and here she's really looking like she can improve her result. Of course, there's a huge long start list on the women's side, but yeah, the time from her really close to the time of Maria Kravdal, 2nd at the finish line. You saw smaller excitation there to that control number 3. But from there on, she's really putting on some good orienteering, and it seems like she's going to have a good result at the finish line. So she just needs to execute these last controls in a good way.
Yeah, great execution of the course so far. Back to the finish then for Rahel Good. And this should be good enough for a top 6, but she won't miss out on the medal positions at the finish.
fourth place. In the fifth place, Elsa Kaipe. In fourth, Annika Stamer. In fifth.
So this will be a new fifth spot then at the finish for the Swiss athlete.
From Antonina Stonska from Poland, pretty soon under radio control, and she's
Yeah, but she should be happy with some parts of her course. Again, we saw her, she was losing a lot of time in the beginning of the course, and she was in fact doing much better orienteering than Venla Letonen from 5th to 12th, but losing some more seconds into the final part of the course. So there's good and bad things to take out from the race of Rachel Good. And you see at the first radio control, so this was just after she made those mistakes, she was 2 minutes and 57 seconds behind Venla Letonen, and at the finish line 1:57. So from control 5 to the end, she was 1 minute faster than Venla Letonen. Now this is good news here for France. Nathan Philibert could come in to a place among the best.
Yeah, great start through the first section of the course. Here he is.
Now he's here. So punching right there. Fourth spot, 44 seconds behind the leader at that control. That is not Erik Nielsen. It's a very good start. He lost some seconds from the radio control to this TV1, but still fighting for a place among the best today.
And Alva Bjork on the start line.
Yeah, 8 on the long distance. She won that super impressive sprint finish on the sprint relay to Rita Maramaroshi. Let's see how she will manage to cope with this middle distance course. Last year she was 21st. Let's see if she can improve the result from last year. You saw here the comparison between Nathan Philibert and Erik Nielsen. Philibert also doing really good orienteering, but here, yeah, he got stuck a little bit there on that greener area between 6 and 7, losing some seconds there.
So looking out for Leonie Mattis.
And this will be clearly a new second best time for Leonie. That I need to apologize because I was talking about her as being a boy on the long distance. I was so hyped about the results of the Swiss guys that I forgot to look about Leonie, that she is in fact in the women's side. But here she's performing very well, and I think that she's still, she needs to come really fast. Here she comes. But I think this will be good enough for the new second best time in the women's class.
Yeah, she's run strongly through the second part of the course. She's pulled quite a bit of time back.
Yeah, but the seconds are counting down. It's going to be very, very tight. The battle for the second spot in the women's class. It's just going to run out. No, this one was still the battle for the first spot. What a miss for us. Yeah, so this is a new second best time. Yeah. 4 seconds off the lead of Venla Letonen. He was getting a lot of time during the last part of the course. You see that I didn't believe, because she was like 42 seconds behind that TV2. You see there, the tail is 1 minute. But then really good orienteering here. using the pads to go faster and more safer to that control. No problem in exiting that control to 16. And then she got very, very close to Venla Letonen. So you saw there a small mistake by Venla Letonen exiting control 15 to 16. I think we are looking for the Doria Salopek from Croatia, but I'm not sure. Oh, the Spanish, Monica de Miguel. Passing there, 23rd spot for her at TV1.
Buidoso then, approaching TV2.
Still not him, but pretty soon it will be him fighting for a place among the top 10. Hope I'm not making a mistake, but probably is like brother of Zoltan Buidoso, middle distance junior world champion in 2022 in Aguiar da Beira. We should add like this commentary chats with our viewers, Ollie, so that they could give us some input into the stream.
That would be good. Valdal at the finish, fighting for a top 10. So about 2.5 minutes down on the pace of Nielsen.
Are you satisfied with your performance today, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it was good.
Thank you very much, Lily. Thank you, Alexander. It's a pleasure to hear the voice of Leonie Matisse. Are you satisfied? Yes, I'm satisfied.
And it's looking very good for Denmark so far, with Erik Grönborg Nielsen still leading the men's class. Gap is quite solid, still 47 seconds to Odinik.
Emily Atkinson into the forest, one of the youngest members of the GB squad. Interesting to see how she does on the middle. She won the middle selection race over at the JK in the UK. Unfortunately, a missed punch yesterday.
Yeah, we saw it live on TV. Yeah, probably some fuel to do good orienteering today and get solid results for her. She still has a lot of years ahead of her, so always room for improvement.
Fantastic experience for her.
And I was chatting a little bit with some Spanish friends yesterday about a fantastic result from the Spanish guy Alejandro Diaz, and you know that he did not win the selection races for Spain in the long distance. That's impressive. So it was the other Spanish Alvaro Perez Otero that was winning the selection races, and we saw that he was also running extremely well.
Yeah, great to see. And it shows just how much results just depend on the kind of day you're having as well, and preparation, and anything can happen on the day.
Yeah, and inspiration, and just being able to select the right route choices. And that long distance course was really about choosing the right lines between the control.
Great run so far from Pashnik.
Yes, indeed. Going to, I think, the new fourth best time at TV number 2. Still needs to go down the slope and then up to the top of the hill, to that stone to punch his control. But I think this is good enough for the spot among the top 5 so far.
Yeah, moving really well through the terrain.
The 5 days of Italy. Look at the technique. This is Steve. I know you know that he is thinking, I have to go up there. Please control.
And we see that a lot of these guys really taking a walk there. Like the guys from Orienteering Pod say, they take a 90 to look at the map going up the slope there. But good run for Pashnik, 4 spots at TV1. At TV2, sorry.
And Slonska then at the finish. She's had a good run, and it's going to be good enough for a top 10 at the finish.
Yeah, so she's going to go into position number 7, Polina Slonska. Young Polish runner here, getting some really good results on today's middle distance course.
So a comparison then of Pashnik and Nielsen.
See this good line, you need to use the best runnable parts of the forest there. You can be tricked on using some of the pads, but then it's bad out of the control. And now, new best time here, Alva Björk from Sweden. First TV control and 10:02 for her, so 12 seconds faster than Venla Letonen. Pretty good start by Alva Björk. And here, taking the route choice, they're going through the top of the hill.
So see how she's got on with that first loop then?
Yeah, so no problems for her. You see that here, this is all about trying to be as close to the line as possible and finding those passages through the greener areas. You see that those dark green areas, the runnability there is very bad. So you need to find good runnability through the greens, and then when you approach especially control number 4 on the slope there, you need to have a really good line not to lose any precious seconds in and out of the controls. And Alva Björk doing it very well, setting the new best time at that first TV control, 10 minutes and 2 seconds. And when we compare this to what we expect, so for if they go to 25 minutes, we expect that the best girls will pass at this first TV with 9:31. So she's getting close to what is the expected winning time at that first TV control.
How many athletes do you think will get close to that 25-minute mark?
Well, I'm not sure, because I was really a little bit impressed about the length of the course, because this means that if the girls will do 25 minutes, they will run at a pace of 6:45 per kilometer. And on the long distance, they were well over 8 minutes per kilometer. So this is, of course, the terrain is also faster than the long distance one, but I'm not sure if it is that much faster. So yeah, we have to wait We are always surprised by the runners. They are all very, very good, and they always surprise us.
So Philibert has got to the second section of the course, heading towards the second TV split.
Yeah, still running well, but lost some minutes, and is now going to be more than 2 minutes off the pace of the leader at that second TV control, that is Leander Willeman. But Leander is not the leader at the finish. The leader at the finish still Erik Grönborg Nielsen.
The leader Erik Grönborg Nielsen on Udin Ek, then Samuel Gratian Bohi, Prokop Tomaszek, Finlay McLucky, Eero Sousa and
So inside the top 6 then.
Yeah, well inside the top 10 for Nathan Philibert.
So we'll see what mistake he made.
Yeah, this is not the optimal route choice to this control. You see, we have talked this when we were making the preview of the courses. You really need to try to be on the top of the hill when you exit the control to the path, and then try to go in the slope where it's wide. You cross the line from 11 to 12, and then you go on the top of the hill to control number 9 and use the runnable parts of the forest.
But now then, at TV1, we're looking for a new leader, Thomas Kuchera.
So the Czech guy is coming with a strong race so far. First time in the junior, first time here in the Junior World Orienteering Championships, but he's performing well.
A strong approach to the control then, so lost about 5 seconds between the pre-warning and the TV control, but a good lead there.
Yeah, good solid lead at that control of the race. Is now the fastest in the men's class.
Roberts Cook comes then into the forest.
With the muscles burning, with the heart pumping, with the brain in a total shortcut. And there start the troubles, or there start your hopes for
Yeah, Kuchera just getting ahead with that direct line to 2 there.
Maybe the most exciting ever in Italy in the recent years. Next year we will be together in Genoa. Do not forget the 5 days of the Apennines with the beautiful maps.
And he's now off to the long leg.
Passo del Faiallo. The 5 days of the Apennines and
Another local runner then, Fergula.
for Italy. She needs the car.
Also first time for her at the Junior World Orienteering Championships, running in home soil.
One of the
It's always very good to run in home soil.
small villages on Friuli-Venezia Giulia.
Yeah, it's been a great atmosphere here for the Italian runners.
Bailo in Padriciano.
There's been lots of support for them in the arena.
All the roads, all the communities.
And the championship is held in Trentino. That is probably the strongest region when it comes to orienteering in Italy.
Axel Pissu heading towards the finish then. He's going to finish behind his teammates.
Yeah, I think most likely he will end up in 10 spots. Yeah, so 10th position for Axel Peso in the finish.
And Pashnik then on his way to the finish.
And Pasnik is fighting for a place among the top 3 right now.
Yeah, this has been a fantastic performance. It won't be into first or second, but this will be good enough for a bronze medal so far.
Yeah, so
So into
bronze medal
the
position.
spot.
He will put Samuel Acler from Italy out of the podium positions and become the new third best in the finish line. But
And
here is the
Alva Bjork
news. Yeah,
has extended her lead.
yeah, she's
So now
running
a
around 38 seconds. Yeah, so 38 seconds advantage for her. So she's really having good lines between the controls all the way. A small mistake there. You see, on that control, it pays to be on the top of the slope. Use the small pads not to get stuck on the green areas, because then you can really press the green and then go down the slope to control number 8, where the forest is wide and the runnability is quite good. He has lost probably a good 15 20 seconds on that one, but that TV2 is 38 seconds in front of Vendla Letonen, so most likely we'll have a new leader in the women's class in a few minutes' time.
and it's still Wheelerman that led at split 2 in the men's class.
Yeah, it's a pity for him. He lost more than 2 minutes on the last part of the course.
What was the big challenge today for you, rather running, keeping the focus, good
Italian
this is,
athlete Granzotto.
Yeah, so Ricardo Granzotto going through TV number 2.
And Minna Vingstedt at the start then. The young runner from Norway.
Yeah, Mina Sophie Winstedt. She did a quite solid race on the long distance 2 days ago when it comes to time, but unfortunately she's mispunched. So let's see what she can perform on today's race.
Yeah, as you said, it's easy to use the poor performances to fuel you for the next race. So
Yeah, but she's still very young. Sometimes it's not easy to know how they react. If they are well self-driven, then you can fuel up of those emotions, but it can also makes you doubt about your capabilities. But she has done a really good performance on the long distance. Unfortunately, that miss punch, but otherwise, yeah, it was really good for such a young Norwegian athlete.
yeah, hopefully she can take the confidence from the time that she was able to produce and use that to fuel today.
Yeah, so Daria Salopek into the finish. We didn't got any pictures from her, but she's doing a quite solid race all around. And here coming into a place among the top 10 right now. So in the finish line, 7th position preliminary for her. 3:16 off the pace of the current leader, Venla Letonen. So let's look at the lines between the control. So no problem there. I think this route choice here for control number 13, probably not the best. It's more on the straight line, but you need to take on more climbing. Then the last part of the route choice can be a little bit more tricky.
Philibert at the finish.
He is in fact coming to a place among the top 10. Sprinting to the finish.
Outside of the podium positions, but into 8th spot. just behind Finley McLucky.
Yeah, but what this time is proving is that there are possibilities to gain time on Erik Grongborg Nielsen's, because at the TV control number 2, Pilleberg was 2:26 off the pace of Erik Nielsen, and at the finish line is 1:42 behind. So you see there the mistake by Erik Nielsen at that control number 16. And of course, toward the end of the start list, there will be for sure a small track going into that control number 16.
Yeah, I think the later starters might have a bit more of an advantage going into that control. I think it might track up a bit more.
And what do you think about the strategy of the runners? In the women's class, we saw that a lot of the favorites are starting on the later starter group. But on the men's side, it seems like most of them are running on the middle start group.
Yeah, I think a bit earlier and it won't be as hot. I think it's supposed to get up to around about 30 degrees again today. But I guess again, it's all about what state do you want the forest to be in? Would you rather other runners have already been out there and almost marked some of the tracks? Or would you rather run in cooler weather? Ellie Punto off into the forest. A fantastic performance from her yesterday. She was holding the lead for a very long time.
Yeah, and I think that this young Finnish girl, she could really put on a good performance today. It's all about getting it quite safe during all the course, do good orienteering during all the course. She was 7 on the long distance and she was 7 on the middle distance last year. In fact, Oli, from the top 10 on last year's results, we have the 8 runners still running this JWOC, so this is quite impressive. With the gold medalist Lucia Dietrikova and the silver medalist Victoria Shkashova to also start today.
It should make for an exciting race.
Yes, indeed. And we also saw the Portuguese Dinis Lopes at the start line there. Last JWOC for him. So this is Catherine Babington from New Zealand going through TV number 1. And we bring Monica De Miguel to the finish. She will be on a place among the top 20. But just after her, we will have the new best time in the women's class.
Yeah, we've had Alva Bjork through the pre-warning for the finish. So we should see her punching at the last control fairly shortly. And I think she's managed to extend her lead even further.
And here in the pictures, Kuchera with a strong run throughout the course. This will be clear new best time for him. Don't forget that neither Leander or Ik are leading the race. The leader at the finish, still Erik Nielsen.
See how Kuchera manages the last part of the course.
And he passed there with nearly 1 minute advantage over Erik Nielsen. So it's a good race by Thomas Kuchera. You see he's tracking really in front of Erik Nielsen, using the good lines there on the terrain, keeping on the top, not going down to come up again, using the runnable parts in the forest on that long leg. You really can get some time there. And this, with good orienteering, he managed to be in contention for the gold medal position at the finish.
And now I can hear some
Yeah, hopefully good execution of the final parts of the course. But
And
here at
here
the
Alva
finish
Bjork.
is Alva Bjork. And look at the time that she has managed to gain on the lead here. She's going to go into a massive lead at the finish, a lead of about 2 minutes.
And we never know if this will be or not a gold medal performance today by Alva Bjork, but the news is that she is now in gold medal position, and the new leading time in the women's class 27 minutes and 53 seconds for Alva Bjork. Another fantastic performance by the young Swede runner, and she was really on attack mode if you look at her.
Yeah, I mean, you can see just how aggressive she's been out in the forest there. Very, very impressive to see just how much commitment she's put towards that run.
Yeah, so just see the line from her on the last part of the course. Yeah, having a good line there to that control 14. No problems to 15. Good exit of the control and then into the finish. You saw the small mistake there for Venla Lettonen when she was exiting control number 15. But she should be happy. She's now in gold medal position in this Junior World Orienteering Championships 25 middle distance final.
And so that's closer then to the 25-minute estimated winning time.
Yeah, and again, I should emphasize this, we never know. I think it's going to be super, super hard for any of the girls to go on the 25 mark. I think that it's still possible to run a little bit faster than this, but we never know. We may have looked into the gold medal performance today.
I think that time will certainly stand for a decent amount of time.
Yeah, so we should wait for Eli Punto to that first TV control in about, I think, probably 4 to 5 minutes. She's also one name that we can sense a little bit about how fast she's running and how good the time from Alva Bjork is.
So we're here with Alva Bjork, the current leader of today's middle race. How was your race today?
It was hard. I did some small mistakes. I ran right into some green areas and couldn't get out, so I had to turn around. And I think I lost quite a lot of time there, so I'm a little disappointed right now.
Okay, do you think it's a big advantage starting later today?
Yeah, there will come many good runners soon, and yeah.
Thank you so much. Good job.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course, and she's mentioning that longer leg on the women's course we saw. She was leading out of control number 7, and then she made the mistake going down the slope, or trying to go down the slope too early into that green area, and then she had to turn back again. She probably lost a good 30 seconds there.
Hopefully she's able to enjoy being the current leader rather than staying disappointed with her run.
Yeah, she should be quite happy about her performances. Again, opens up really good possibilities for Sweden for the relay tomorrow. Now we wait for Sophie Winstead to the first TV control. Mina Sophie Winstead, she will be among the top 10. Here she comes, yeah. Punching right there. 10 spot for her.
Within 2 minutes of the time of Bjork at that point.
And it's good to see her performing. Again, very young Mina Winstead, but again, she's was too far down there and going to those green areas. it really is not the ideal route choice. Of course, in this type of terrain, yeah, it will make a huge difference. These smaller, greener areas, after you have 20, 30, 40, 50 runners passing there, then the runnability through it will be open a small track. Runnability will be so much better there. So it's an advantage to start late today. But you see there on Alva Bjork's tracking, you see the mistake. She was on the top of the hill, but she went down to the path too early. She should have kept on the top there a little bit longer and then going down where the forest is white.
Run through them just below under the line.
Yes, and I don't think that was so good.
Yeah.
So Kuchera picking that path route to 16, a lot safer than going straight, and it's
And we will
clearly worked out for
see him. Yeah, we will see him in the finish time pretty soon. But first, Eli Punto to the first TV control. And it seems like the Finn is putting it all out there. She's coming with the new best time to this first TV control.
Yeah, she had a 16-second lead at the pre-warning, so a similar sort of time at the radio control here.
And she was really taking her time, looking onto the route choice to this longer control number 8, longer leg to control number 8. That will pay up for sure if she can execute it well. Now Tomasz Koszera. And
this
look
is
at
gonna
the clock. Yeah.
a big,
First
big
guy
lead.
below 30 minutes.
Yeah, fantastic running here, really, really strong into the finish. And this is going to be a 2-minute lead easily. So,
Yeah, so
great finish there.
29:25. 29:25 is the new leading time for Tomasz Kuchera. And the gap, really good gap, 2 minutes, 15 seconds advantage over Erik Grönborg Nielsen, that now sits in silver medal position, pushing Odin Eek into bronze medal position. So you saw really, really strong lines there by Eli Punto between the controls. This is what we like to see. Good orienteering all the way. No problems for her, doing really good lines. And here she's at least doing the right line so far to that control number 8. Let's see if she doesn't make the same mistake as Alva Bjork going down the slope too early.
Looks very, very pleased with his new lead.
Yeah. He should be very pleased. It was a good performance by the young Czech runner. Yeah, into the finish. Edvards Zvriglinsing from Latvia. 6th spot for him so far.
Louis Bourgeois. Climbing the hill towards control 14. Inside the top 15.
Yeah, that's a solid performance by him. Interesting to know what was the best result ever for Belgium in the JWOC middle distance. Yeah, 20 in 2001, Tomasz Hendricks. Yeah. Now into the start line. The New Zealand runner. And this is the new top 3. in the men side with Tomasz Kuchera, the new leader from Czechia, 29-25. A second spot for Erik Nilsson. 2 minutes and 15 seconds off the pace of Tomasz Kuchera. And then the third spot for Odinik from Sweden. 3:02 behind what is a strong performance by Tomasz Kuchera so far.
We're here with Thomas Kuchera. How was your race today? You're leading by more than 2 minutes.
Yeah, it was really nice. I made one small hesitation at control number 9, but otherwise it was really good and nice forest. I ate some blueberries and yeah, it was a really nice race.
Are you expecting also a good race for the relay?
Yeah, I hope I will be in the first team, so we will see.
Thank you so much. Good job today.
Thank you.
Nice to hear you stopping to eat some blueberries on his run.
So he could have been even some seconds faster.
Yeah, if he comes second by 2 seconds.
Yeah, but I would not like to be on the shoes of the Czech coach. Making the teams for the relay for him is going to be so
Yeah,
many
very
good
difficult
runners.
task.
Yeah, so many good guys and girls doing good performance for Czechia is going to be a hard task. Taking his time to put back the control on the right spot. And we are not so far from the start of and some other big names. Loic Berger will start at 11:37.
Looking at them 4-minute Vingstedt at control number 12.
Lost something when it comes to the long leg. That's the leg number 9. There we see almost, I think, 50 seconds.
Is that her?
More. How was your race?
Yes.
Record up towards the end.
Approaching then the TV split. Looks like maybe some time loss.
Yeah, it was very nice. I made one small hesitation, but control number 9 makes the control 9.
Well, she's keeping more or less the same pace. I don't think she has lost the time on the beginning. Then she's losing some more seconds, but I think it's just running speed through the course. But we should stay at this TV2 control, because I think we will have some news in a few seconds' time there.
Were you more comfortable running the loop or the long legs, besides the mistake you mentioned?
So this is Eric Exco to the first TV control. He performed so well on the long distance, and here starting more or less okay. He will not be in contention for a top position, but first here, the time for Eli Punto at this second TV control, 31 seconds faster than Alva Bjork. So she is increasing the lead in the women's class.
Hexco running strongly through the terrain. Compare him to the current leader, Thomas Kuchera.
Victoria Nosenko from Republic of Moldova for a possible top 10, at least at the finish line for Victoria.
I think Kuchera just a lot smoother in the control circles than Hexco there.
Yeah, the lines between control 1 and 2 and 2 and 3 by Eric Exco were clearly not the best, so he was losing time here and there.
Serafim Kovalchuk is running with the same pace of Gerber Nielsen.
I think we are waiting here for Violette Dupuis from France. She has had a pretty good start of the course. Good to see. Kovalchuk from Ukraine.
A very, very strong run so far.
And is in fact gaining time on the leader. Serafin Kovalchuk was 1 minute behind at the first TV control and now only 27 seconds off the pace. But now we are following Violette Dupuis from France. Women's class. She passed that first TV control, 8 spots for her. But in contention for a place, she passed there with the same time as Leonie Matisse from Switzerland. And Leonie at the finish line, she's in 3rd position. So a smooth line there for Violette, doing a pretty good orienteering. Here clearly not the ideal route choice. So this is where she has lost most of the time to Alva Bjork. That line between control 5 and 6, you really need to go to the top of the hill, then down the slope to the yellow area. That is the best line to hit that control. Now Virma Pelika from Finland into TV1. And she's well over 1 minute off the pace of her teammate Eli Punto.
Here we are with TV control of Virna Pellikka. 10th place last year.
Still enough potentially for a top 6 at the TV split.
Stefano, I'm here with Victoria Nosienko, the Moldovan athlete. Good race. You look happy and you deserve to be happy about your performance. You're right. How was
But
it?
she's still not there.
Very happy because it's my best result and best results for Moldova. Of course, the distance was very technical, but I ran not so
Because she's losing time. Definitely losing time
very careful.
on the leg to this control.
Yes, one mistake in the second part. Yes.
Well, I think we have missed her. No? Here she is.
Yeah, definitely a mistake then in there. Struggling
so here
to
she
see the
comes.
control.
You're now in 8th position.
Yeah, so more than 2 minutes off the pace. So no top performance by Virna Pelika today.
Virna Pellikka dealing
Yeah, she'll have to work hard to claw back some time there. Not an ideal start.
in this beautiful part of terrain. How beautiful can be crossing
So let's see what she has done. Yeah, no problem there.
sensation of the ride.
So small mistake to control number 2.
Do follow the map and maybe only follow the contour.
Another mistake to control number 5, and then this terrible route choice to control number 6, losing a lot of time and still. Yeah, so she's outside of the medals today. That is quite clear.
Place after 7 minutes. What is happening on the other side of the moon? We are waiting for
McLean
And they-
at control number 8. Good start. Less than a
was
minute off the pace of Kuchera.
Very good start by the runner from down under. These guys always running in shorts, but they are performing, and yeah, he has lost a little bit of time on the first controls, but then he managed to grab himself into contention to a top spot so far.
I wonder if he'll come out of the forest with legs looking like Alva Bjork's.
Yeah, well, if he's clever, I think Alva did that bloody route choice to control number 9. You see that green stripes, that should be terrible. But Jake here making good lines, but again, not the smoothest line to that control number 6, and even a mistake. I think you really need to go down the slope to the yellow area. That is the best line to approach. That's control number 6.
In 5 minutes 35, consider that Tomasz Kuchera did it in 7 minutes 14, so Hioki is running maybe around the hill.
Emil Husby-Armot. Was it him that made the big mistake at number 1 yesterday at the long distance?
Yeah, it was him. He did 2 days ago. Yeah, he did that huge mistake, and he was really outside of the contention for the medals. But I
Interesting,
think
he's going off hard again.
Yeah, I think that on a good day, if he can put his orienteering together, yeah, he can be one of the names to look for. But again, today, it's very, very much about the orienteering part.
I was surprised to see him run off into the forest so quickly again. I thought maybe he'd control it a bit better and really execute number 1 to make sure he doesn't make the same mistake.
Yeah, he should. Yeah, and I know that in most of the terrains where it's more open, when you have these shorter route choices, you just use your compass and run as fast as possible. But here with those very dense vegetation spots on the terrain, you really need to pay attention to your orienteering. Today, the best on the technical part will be the winner, that's for sure.
So at the finish, Minna Vingstedt looking for a top 5. It's going to be 5th spot at the finish, just a second behind her teammate.
So good result for her, and also good result by Serafin Kovalchuk from Ukraine, going right now into the new best time in the men's class, as you've seen there, 29:19, the new best time for the men. Serafin Kovalchuk, and also Eli Punto into the finish. She was pre-warned, losing some seconds, but she will clearly come into the new best time in the women's class. So 27 minutes flat for Eli Punto, the new leader in the women's class of the JWOC middle distance.
Yeah, very impressive run there. She held the lead for a long time at the long distance after an early start. She'll hope to hold that lead for a good amount of time here today as well.
And here a big shout out. The cameras were focusing on Minna Vingstedt, but Serafin Kovalchuk really doing good orienteering there, cutting that route choice to control number 16. And having a really good line out of the course, and is now the new
with Serafin
leader in the
Kovalchuk.
men's
How was your
class.
race today?
It was pretty good. Sometimes I had small mistakes, and sometimes I don't understand green area. But yes, it was clear. Maybe I have some seconds mistakes, but I don't worry about it. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Good job today.
Thank you.
May happen Serafin was smiling.
And then a comparison of Punto to Bjork.
To the mic. And please,
There, it's going to be interesting to see because I think there were some ups and downs in the course of Eli Punto. Okay, no problem here. But here, losing seconds to Alva Bjork, and you see that Alva Bjork was in fact in front of in control 14, but the really good exit from control number 15 managed to get
So we're here
Eli
with
Punto into the
Punto.
leading
How was your
position.
race today?
Quite good. Yeah, maybe little mistakes, but not any big mistakes. So, yeah, I'm quite happy.
You already had top 10, yes, at the long distance. Did you like the terrain better today or the other day?
I think both was quite good. And, yeah, I don't know. Maybe in long distance terrain was better.
And you're looking forward also for the relay?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I think we have a good team. Yeah,
Thank you so much. Good job.
Thank you.
So moving into the forest to see Eric Hexco at TV2.
Yeah, he's in contention for a place among the top 10 at the finish. But Oli, looking at both onto the men and into the women, none of the leaders had like clear races throughout the course. Kovalchuk at the first TV control was 52 seconds behind the leading time of Tomas Kuchera, and he's leading at the finish line. And Eli Punto, we saw that she was in fact going behind Alva Bjork to the third last control, and then she managed to grab the lead in the second last control. So yeah, definitely there's time to gain on the course for the runners that haven't started.
Yeah, lots of opportunity out there to find quicker routes. I think there's quite a lot of time to be gained from control entrances and exits and just cleanliness in the control circle. But one of the favourites then in the men's race, Loic Berger.
Yeah, and I know that the father, Alain Berger, is on site, so he should be on the arena cheering for Loic. And now I also know that Inês Berger, unfortunately, she's not on the WOC team. The older sister of Loic Berger, still not running World Champs this year. But let's see if Loic can manage to do a solid performance today. And current standings on the men's class with a new leader from Ukraine. So good to see Serafin Kovalchuk, leading time 29 minutes and 19 seconds. But I feel that the best guys, if you want to get the gold medal, you'll have to go like a full 2 minutes faster than Serafin's time, because there's time to gain in a lot of spots around the course. As for the women, Eli Punto in the lead, 27 minutes flat for her, 53 seconds advantage over Alva Bjork. And you saw that,
and that
Alva
53
Bjork
seconds was only gained in that last
just
like
on that
last
last two controls. That's amazing. Last two controls, 53 seconds. So there's time to gain in all the parts of the course.
Many had to make a choice there, and there is some difference indeed. For instance, Alva run that 50 seconds faster, so that could be. We've seen a lot of changes towards the very last control points. What about the long leg?
So Antonine Chasselin from France into the forest here.
I hope it lasts very long.
Thank you, Eli. Thank you,
And they are all very much into attack mode in this first part of the course.
came back from some mistakes at the beginning.
And I'm quite curious to see the first split time of Loic Berger. He's doing some route choices that I'm not sure if they are the best.
He went in fourth place, 2
Yeah,
minutes, 30
we have to wait.
So it means that Mats Desmond was
So at the start line, the Bulgarian
maybe also after the mistake faster than the current leader in the women's
Almela Cholakova. Almena Cholakova.
and she's running around the 8th position.
Young Bulgarian runner, born in 2008, and really taking her time to read the map to this first control. This is Violette Dupuy, no, Alice Vimer, to the second TV control.
Yeah, just outside of the top 10.
And everybody getting to this point with the physicality playing a role, and they are all really walking up the slope there, taking the time to read the map and select the right route choice. Both in the men and in the women's class, they have this small route choice leg, the next control, that they really need to exit in a good way. The good line here, what Eli Punto is doing, is the best line between control number 12 and number 13. Yeah. And we saw the time of Emil Uzbi Omot at TV1. And a good time for him, 12 minutes and 12 seconds. So this means fourth spot for him, 39 seconds off the pace of Thomas Kuchera. But in fact, he is faster at that point than Serafin Kovalchuk. Now another Aussie into the start. Erika Enderby. And in the men's class, in the start line, we have the Irish Oscar Rowe. And I think that after Oscar starts, we will go to TV number 1 to look for Kati Hotz.
Maybe we will see Kati Hotz pretty soon at the TV control. We are not so
And looks like the men are starting in a faster pace than the women. Well, women are more careful about their own orienteering.
So at the first TV control then, looking out for Kati Hotz, who is up with the time of Eli Punto. She was 2 seconds ahead of Eli Punto at the pre-warning. So this could be a new lead then at TV 1.
Here she comes. She's seen a control.
So
Yeah,
not
so
a new
just-
lead, but it could be in the future, just 2 seconds down on Eli Punto.
Now this is a strong performance by Kati Hotz so far. She's well in contention for that gold medal spot at the finish. Now taking a good line there. Let's see. Because she was in fact ahead at control number 5. You see that Similar route choices and similar execution. Eli Punto slightly behind, but yeah, you see this again. There's our time to go. Win and loss in orienteering. The line out of control number 5 for Katiots was not the best. This is why she's in second spot at that TV1, but she needs to manage it all the way to the finish.
Dupuy at the finish into 7th spot. And Eric Hexco on the run-in. This could be a new top 5 spot. So 5th place then at the finish for the Czech runner.
Yeah, 2:53 off the pace of the current leader, Serafin Kovalchuk. But things are really warming up in the terrain. We had the new best time by Ludwig Rosen, you saw there, but right now in the pictures, aggressive orienteering by Loic Berger, and look at the time. The first guy to go below 9 minutes at the first TV control. 8 minutes and 30 seconds for Loic Berger. New best time at that first TV control. 42 seconds faster than Ludwig Rosen, and 1 minute and 54 seconds faster than the leader at the finish, Serafin Kovalchuk. So now we can see a little bit about those pads on the top of the hill that the runners should really look for.
Yeah, you can tell Berger wants a gold medal today.
Yeah, he's really putting it all out there. Really good lines between the controls, being so aggressive, finding like short routes but safe routes between the controls, and he's really executing it perfectly so far. And now he's doing the longer leg, and he should really be doing what he's doing, using the top of the hill, those small pads to go around between the green areas, so then the runnability there is much better.
As I said, 2 seconds behind Eli Punto. Practice soon at the finish line for Finnish team.
And another Ukrainian on the start list, on the start line, Katarina Opivnitska.
From Ukraine, and Serafin Kovalchuk is sitting on the red throne. Discussing maybe the choices with Eli Punto.
Virma Pelika to the run-in, to the finish. We have seen that it's not going to be even a top 10 performance for her today.
Yeah,
So
unfortunately just
strong.
over 5 minutes down.
Yes, still going strong to the finish. And she will finish in position number 11, 5:14 off the pace of her teammates Eli Punto.
You can see just how hard these athletes are working out there, and it's getting hotter as well. It's up to about 25 degrees here now.
Yeah, they are most of the time inside the forest, so at least they are protected from the sun, but still they for sure can see and can feel the temperature.
Only 2 minutes, and here we are with Mattia Corona with the pictures of Mattia Corona to the split number 2. As I was saying, Kasper
Yeah.
Rush will
And good to
start.
see the Italian colors on TV. Mattia Corona
He will find himself
running for a place among the top 20 so far. I think he's going to be number 11 or 12 at that TV2.
with a hard repetition.
But he's running up the slope.
Here in position number 13. And
Yeah, punching there. So position 13 for Mattia Corona. Okay, going down there. Quickly up and running
follow
on the long leg.
line because Kathy Holtz is coming to the second TV control.
And this is the comparison of Emil Usbi Omod. Yeah, not the best of lines there. Not
Yeah,
the
gonna have to
best of
battle through
lines
the
there.
green.
Yeah, he's going around there. So yeah, he's out. He's out of it. And this is a very good leg. You need to, again, need to take the top of the hill out of control number 8. Then down when the forest is wide to the path and use the slope between control number 11 and 12. And now the biggest favorites of the day, Daniel Woliowski. Here, a big shout out also for his Finnish club, Kalavan Rasti. They have been really advertising his medals on social media, and I was also chatting a little bit with Jere Pajonen yesterday. And it's good to hear from him that he thinks that Daniel has the right attitude, and this is quite good. When you are young, that's all about this, and being the drive and having the drive to be better and better.
Catty Hotz approaching TV split 2.
And this is very close to the time of Eli Punto. Just 2 seconds off the pace of Eli Punto.
I think
So
she.
it's exactly the same gap as in the TV control Ole.
You want my heartbreak. You definitely want my heartbreak. So I need some water now because the
Yeah, a little wobble there at number 10, but she's pulled back that time. So this is going to be a bit of a battle then in the last section of this course.
Yeah, and we saw that Eli Punto has lost some time going into control number 14. She did everything okay to control to that control now, but then a mistake for that control number 14. So yeah, there's a possibility here for the new best time in the women's class, that's for sure.
Elisa Vima on the run in now.
Tu es à l'arrivée, place numéro 12 peut-être.
Yeah,
Just
she's going
outside
to,
the top 10.
yeah, 12 spots for her, 5:43 off the pace of the leader, Eli Punto.
Bulgaria's Marko Pilov off into the forest.
And Jake McClellan from Australia, New Zealand, sorry, into the finish.
Looks like he's had quite a big time loss.
Yeah, from the split times, yeah, you can understand that there was some time lost toward the end of the course, but still going to get a place among the 20 best. 5:34. Oh, he's out. Hope he's okay for tomorrow's relay. Evgen Yoksushenko from Ukraine out into the forests. And it's going to be so interesting to follow this last part of Katiots. So interesting.
Finn Selma-Dugwood then, a fantastic performance at the long distance race. He was the best performing Brit on the day. Very, very good in tough terrain. Hopefully he'll take confidence from the long distance and take it into today. And hopefully we'll see another fantastic performance.
Yeah, it was really good performance by many of the Brits, and it's also interesting to see if James Hammond can today really perform the solid race from start to finish. And now we are at TV2 because we will have, I think, 2 new best times at this control pretty soon. First, we'll see the blue and yellow colors of Sweden with Ludwig Rosen. Here comes Ludwig, and he will grab the new best time there. And look at the game there. Almost 1 minute advantage for Ludwig Rosen, punching 20:43, 50 seconds faster than Tomasz Kuchera at that control. And if we compare him with Serafin Kovalchuk, more than 1 minute in front of Serafin Kovalchuk. But
he's not going to hold.
No.
He's not going to hold that lead for very long, because we are expecting to see Switzerland's Loic Berger approaching TV2.
And Loic Berger should be there any second to that TV control number 2, and he will grab the lead at that control. Here comes Loic Berger, and he's really flying up there. Ooh, the first guy to go below 20 minutes mark, 1935, fantastic speed by Loic Berger so far during all the course. He has been leading in all of the radio controls. Strong performance by the Swiss.
He wants to come back as a leader of the Selim family after the silver medal of Villa.
And Mattia Corona going to the finish line with a strong place among the 10 best on today's middle distance race. And it's going to be, I think, the 8th spot. Yeah, 8th position for Mattia Corona. 3:28 behind Serafin Kovalchuk, the current leader at the finish in the men's class. I don't think that this is going to hold for a long time, because we have these 2 fast runners. First Ludwig Rosen, then Loic Berger. Both of them will come into a strong time at the finish. And we have the pre-warning for Daniel Boleowski at before the first TV control, and he's 30 seconds off the pace of Loic Berger. So not the best of starts by Daniel Boleowski. Now here, big shout out for Spain, Alejandro Garrido Diaz, the runner from Sevilla, running for Adol. He performed so well in the long distance, getting the first medal for Spain in a World Championship in the forest disciplines. Let's see what he can do on today's middle distance tricky course today.
Back to the finish to see Rivetta. another Italian runner, and she will finish inside the top 30.
Ready for interview. Hurry up, Lisa. Forza Lisa fino all'ultimo metro. Posizione numero 26 per Lisa Rivetta al traguardo. We have Mattia Corona in place
And things are getting hot in the men's class. We will see pretty soon, I think, Daniel Bolejowski to this first TV control. He will be some seconds behind Loic Berger. Was 30 seconds behind at the pre-warning control. Let's see if he can manage to grab some seconds. Otherwise, it will start to be impossible for him to get a gold medal today. Still not Bolejowski. And he's losing more and more time. He's even going to be behind the time of Ludwig Rosen. So here comes Bolejowski. No, not yet. He's looking forward.
It'll be interesting to see his GPS track and see what's happened. This is very unlike him.
Yeah, but at least from the line, it doesn't seem to be. Yeah, he did the suboptimal route choice to that control number 6. So he lost some time to control number 6.
At the finish, though, we've got Kati Hotz, and she will cross the line, and it's going to be so tight, but it's going to be a lead by just 1 second. So 26:59, 1 second faster than Eli Punto. That's tight. That is very, very tight.
And tight, but a happy face for Kati Hotz, now sitting in gold medal position in the women's class. Just there, 1 second faster than Eli Punto, the first girl to go below the 27-minute marks, 26:59, when we are now live with Daniel Bolejowski. But yeah, 1 minute and 40 seconds behind Loic Berger. This will not be the gold medal, and I think that the problem was for this control number 6. He just missed the control and then had to go back. Oh, no, he missed the exit to control number 7, so losing a lot of time there. But here, happy face for Kati Hotz, leading in the women's class, 26:59. For sure, we'll have the small talk with her in a few seconds' time. Now here, where she managed to grab. So they were head-to-head, Eli Punto and Kati Hotz. Then Kati taking the straighter route choice to this 14. Oh, but missing also control number 14. Oh.
Yeah, that section of the course is proving pretty tough. It's the same control that the men have got.
Yeah, but they are coming from that area around TV2 where the forest is more open, so the visibility is much better. And in this part of the forest, you have lower visibility, so you really need to take a lot of attention to your own orienteering, not to miss that control, not to lose any type of time. But
yeah, it's probably quite easy to look at that control and the final section and think, oh, it's easier orienteering.
We're here with Kati Hotz from Switzerland. How was your race today?
Well, it was very good at the beginning. I liked the terrain where it was like those smaller hills. And then towards the finish we went into the more flat part with swamps. And I struggled a bit there, but it's fine. I'm happy with my race.
How was the last part of the race, the terrain?
It was really exhausting. Like the swamp was kind of deep, so you had to pull up the legs very much. And yeah, just with the heat and already like running for 20 minutes or something, it's really tough.
And it's a pity to talk
Thank you so much.
about
Very good job today.
Kati Hotz, but this may well be the gold medal today for Loic Berger. What a performance. He has overtaken Ludwig Rosen, and look at the time. 27 minutes and 7 seconds for Loic Berger. Clear clear lead for the Swiss runner. New leader in the men's class.
And this could well be second place at the finish then. Although he's dropped down, he's lost some time, so Rosen finishes in 4th position, and it's Loic Berger that takes the new lead, 27.07, and Rosen misses out on the medal positions.
Yeah, it's a pity for sure. We will see the GPS replay. Again, last part of the course. We change the character of the navigation, and here Loic Berger doing like a clever route choice, using the paths as much as possible, but you see the approach to the control from him is so quietly, and you see the mistake there by Ludwig Rosen. This is where he was really losing the possibility to get a medal today. So the new top 3 in the men's class: Loic Berger, Serafin Kovalchuk, Tomas Kuchera. New top 3 in the women's class: Kati Ots, Eli Punto, Alva Bjork. So Swiss leading both in the men and in the women's class.
Lots of chat about the long leg then.
Yeah,
I think that's definitely a leg that could make or break the course.
Yeah, but you should really not go to the close to that greener area where he was pointing out. Well, Boleovskis, I can tell you that he's doing a right and clear route choice to control number 9. Let's see if he can really get up some seconds and be again in contention for at least a medal today. Into the forests, you saw Henriette Radzikovsky, silver medalist in the long distance. She won the middle distance 2 years ago in Romania, and last year she was also performing decently, but no medal last year, but she won it. She is already world champion in the junior class in the middle distance back in Romania in 2023.
So this is Garrido Diaz in comparison to Berger.
Yeah, but you see the hesitations and the mistakes in the control circle for Alejandro Garrido Diaz. So, and he's already here more than probably 1.5 minutes behind. So it will not be his day today.
Yeah, and Hughes Bjarman's also making mistakes out there.
Svante Salin. Yeah. So losing some time into the first TV control. And Svante Salin, 2 years ago, last year, he was 4th in the middle distance. Looking like it's going to be quite tough for him to manage to get that same result this year. Still a lot of forest ahead of him. And now we are looking for Antonin Chasselin for France. Really sprinting into a place among the top 5. He will not beat the time of Loic Berger, nor Serafin Kovalchuk, nor Tomas Kuchera, but he can still beat the time of Erik Nielsen, so sprinting all the way. This will be the new 5th best time in the men's class for the Frenchman. Yeah, so small mistake there to control number 13 by Antonin. Let's Let's see. Oh, he went all the way down to control number 16. Good line into the...
along the run in.
We're here with Loïc Berger. How was your race today?
Okay, but yeah, for middle, not perfect. I lost a lot of time at the control 9 because yeah, my route choice wasn't very not good, and then at the attack point I was not sure, and yeah, I was so I lost a bit of time here, and also at the post 16 I think it was very green and it's hard to say with the map, so I a second time not to take the best route choice, and yeah, I think I lost 2 minutes, so I think it's okay for a top 10, but yeah, it will be hard for a medal.
Okay, thank you so much. You're looking forward also for the relay?
Yeah, I'm very happy to run the relay, and yeah, I'm looking forward to race here.
Thank you so much. Good job today.
Thank you.
And yeah, it's always like this with elite athletes. They are not always happy, but the performance by Loïc Berger, I think that most likely it will be good enough for maybe even a medal today, but we never know. His performance is super strong. Right now he's leading 2 minutes and 12 seconds advantage at the finish line over Serafin Kovalchuk. This is Alejandro Garrido Diaz from Spain, passing at that first TV control below the top 26, but again, nothing will overshadow his bronze medal from the long distance. Fantastic result by the runner from Sevilla. First bronze medal or first medal ever in a world championship forest discipline for Spain. Fantastic performance for him. And here comes Daniel Bolejovski. Again, he was 1:41 behind at the first TV control. And you will look at the time. He's now closer and closer to the time of Loïc Berger.
Yeah, he's definitely catching up that time, but it's not enough just yet. He approaches the control then in third position, so he's now ahead of Kuchera.
Yeah, so 1:28 behind. Will it be a good enough for a medal? So you see the line from Bolejovski from control 8 to control 9 was really, really good, really perfect. He was gaining time on Loïc Berger, but I think Loïc Berger today, he has the gold medal legs. It's going to be so hard for someone to beat his time.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Fantastic performance from the Swiss athlete. Definitely going to be hard to top.
Fifth from last year, Florian Fritzen from Finland at the start line. And this is Kajsa Alenius from Sweden into TV number 1, just outside of top 10. No, in fact she was 7. She managed to grab some seconds from the pre-warning to this first TV control, so she's already in the top 10 and in contention for a place among the best.
He just said that he lost some precious time at 2 control points due to the map not being exactly aligned to what he saw he expected.
Yeah, you see there the exitations from Kajsa Alenius especially to that third, the fourth and fifth control, losing all the time there. Here executing it quite well Let's see how she can perform on the last part of her race. But Simon Calandry on the start line. Young Frenchman trying to get some good results here on the forest disciplines. On his first JWOC middle distance race. And Grieta to the finish, 39 spot for her.
Abbiamo Kaisa Alenius in seventh place after 12 minutes, in position number 11 after 7 minutes.
And I think that we will now start to wait for Henriette Radziakowski, the gold medalist 2 years ago in the middle distance at JWOC in 2023, where she really made the breakthrough into the junior class. Still very young, Henriette Radziakowski.
But she's off the pace.
Yeah, she's off the pace for sure. She was already 1 minute off the pace at the pre-warning control.
He could be maybe faster. It depends on the energies on the leg when you make the same route choice. At the same time, Phoebe Hunter from New Zealand. We are waiting for Phoebe at the radio control. The position is out of the top 10.
There's Phoebe Hunt, but still no sign of Radziakowski.
And
there
the
she
time
is.
there she is. The time is really passing, so she's 1 minute behind the leading time at its control by Eli Punto. Well, it is still possible for her to be among the best at the finish. Not the best of starts, but no really big compromise. I think it's going to be very hard to go into gold medal position, but we never know. We saw some mistakes both from Katiot and Eli Punto toward the end of the course.
So we'll see where the time loss came from then.
Yeah, it was straight to this control number 1. She was going around to the pad and losing already some seconds there. Then again to control number 3. And here she's already 1 minute behind Katiots. And I was telling you about the lines of Loïc Berger. Because I was looking onto the GPS tracking and he was being so aggressive in this early part of the course. He was going so straight to all of the controls, and we saw that it really paid up in his time. And I think that we will be live with Boleovsky here. Boleovsky also taking a quite straight route choice through this swampy area, and again he will not beat the time of Loïc Berger at the finish. This is quite clear, but he's fighting for silver medal position, and you see that he will be in front of Ludwig Rosen and Serafin Kovalchuk, the current second spot in the finish line.
Yeah, so expecting to see Bolehovsky at the finish very, very soon, as he's just emerging from the forest then.
Yeah, he has 1 minute to come to the finish and still beat the time of Serafin Kovalchuk.
Because he is 1 minute 42 seconds far from Loic.
Approaching the final control then. Here
Yeah,
he
so here
is. Still working hard up the hill and going to punch the final control then. So he's
it's going
got
to be
enough
close, but
time to get to the finish.
Yeah, for sure he will not be as happy as with his performance, but it's good enough for the silver medal position. Daniel Bolehovsky again into the medal positions so far in the men's class. So 29 minutes and some seconds running time for him. No, 28:57. The running time for him, 1 minute and 50 seconds off the pace of Loic Berger.
Céline punching at the second TV control. 3 minutes 40 down.
It was a good start until the first radio control, but then just keep losing time, and he will be most likely even outside of the top 10.
Will be satisfied, but Loic Berger did it in 27 minutes and Bolehovsky did it in 20.
And we're back at TV2.
24 seems to be a bit not so much.
There's some runners then, but we're looking out. Here she is for Alenius.
And she's keeping more or less the speed that she brought into the first TV control. In fact, gaining some positions. She was 8 at the first TV control, now in 6 spots here at the second TV control.
Because Czechia has some more bullets in the machine gun. And we have to wait for Jonas.
And Oli, I'm not sure if you have some more information than what I do, because it's really weird to see that the Slovakian Filip Jancic is not on the start list. He was not on the start list for the long, not even for this middle. He just ran the sprint. So maybe some sickness. Not sure if you have some more information about this.
Interesting. No, I know he's a good sprinter. I don't know what he's like in the forest. So whether he's just prioritizing the sprint races, who knows?
But he's also very, very good in the forest. I was performing well in the JWOC last year, so it's really weird to see why he's not running the forest disciplines. Maybe some sickness. Yeah.
Well, hopefully there's no injuries or anything too bad.
Caruso qui con noi con le telecamere della Rai Radio Televisione.
So this is
over here.
And again, you see that even though there are very short controls, there's time to lose here. And again, bad route choice to this control number 6. This is really not ideal. She will lose a lot of time there. Christopher Strondal-Vik on the start line.
So this is Florian Fritzen in comparison to the current leader Loic Berger.
Yeah, but again, if you look at, and I think he still didn't got control number 2. If you look at the line of Loic Berger, is so smooth flow during those controls. He really, maybe he will gain the gold medal on those first controls there. He was so smooth there.
So Henrietta Radzikovsky approaching TV control 2. So she's gained a couple of positions.
Yeah, but she's still losing time compared to both Eli Punto and Kati Ots. And here 128 behind the leaders. But again, these last controls, that's where all of the top girls lost some time there. So still possible for her to climb some more spots.
Yeah, medals not off the cards.
Yeah. But you see that it's a much better flow by Kati Ots and probably also slightly higher running speed by her. Really just pushing the gap to Henrietta Radzikovsky. And this was Simon Calandry on the pictures. Now looking to see what he's going to do on that longer route choice leg. 2 minutes off the pace. With Matej Balog from Slovakia going into the second TV control. Fight for a position among the top 10. Really close there. 11 spots so far. But in contention for the top 10, really looking for this route choice now.
We're here with the gold medal from the long distance. How was the middle today instead?
It was really tough because it was so long. Today race was short, but the program here is very long and it's fourth race, and I'm really tired. It was quite hot weather too, and I wasn't technically perfect. I did one small mistake while exiting sixth control. That was a little bit random place that there was only one path and I couldn't find it.
Okay, how did you approach the terrain today?
It was really easy, like it was only to check direction while exiting control, and it wasn't too hard.
Okay, thank you so much. Very good job today.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah. And Ollie, sometimes when you think that and you feel that, okay, it's not too hard, then you make those mistakes that are really proving to be decisive on both in the men and in the women's class.
So looking out for Celine. There he is approaching the final control then.
So Svante Salin was the fourth in last year's middle distance race in Czechia in JWOC 24, and here coming right now into 7th spot in the classification.
Finn Salmaduga then, a good performance yesterday, but he's not been as strong on the middle. About 6.5 minutes off the pace. I think there was some early mistakes in there. He was down before the first TV split.
A bit of a gap between you and Loic. We saw one mistake for your minute. So how was your run today? What unexpected?
Yeah, runners trying to get Yeah, they're really eager to go into the shade there. David Ushag into the finish line. And at the start line, Anna Vitkova. She was ninth in the long distance 2 days ago, so she was performing very well. 29 last year on the middle distance. Let's see what the Czech runner can do on the course today.
How was the march here? Very close. We've seen many things change. Really.
And I think now here we are looking for Niels Dahlgaard from Denmark. A little bit too up in the slope. I think now he's seen it. No, not yet. So yeah, drama here to the control. He is performing quite well. Could come into a new third spot. He has seen it now. Some seconds lost here for the Niels Dahlgaard, but still fourth position for him at the first TV control.
And we've got Alinius at the finish then. It's not going to be a top 3. She will finish in 4th spot.
And she will beat Venla Letonen, the early leader on this course. And Kaisa Alinius now going into position number 4. So the current top 5 in the women's class: Kati Ots, Eli Punto, Alva Bjork, Venla Letonen and Leonis Matis.
25 minutes and 30 seconds.
And here the comparison with Niels Dahlgaard. Yeah, losing some again. The lines between these first controls, I told you, I was so impressed with the lines of Loïc Berger between these first controls. He was so smooth. I haven't seen any other runner doing so good orienteering, so smooth orienteering in those first controls compared with Loïc Berger. So impressed by him. But here, Christopher Stromdalvik, we got a pre-warning from him. Also running extremely well. He will come into the top positions at this first TV control. Yeah, so punching there, third best time for him. Only 58 seconds off the pace of Loïc Berger.
Yeah, looking strong through the forest.
And you can see how aggressive you need to be, taking your right direction. Just do not get stuck in the greener areas. So you see already to that first control, that route choice by Loïc Berger is just simply amazing. So smooth doing all these controls, but also really good start by Christopher Stromdalvik. And you see Niels Dahlgaard was really close, but then he made that mistake to the TV control and is now slightly behind Christopher Stromdalvik. And we should be having Henriette Radzikowski to the finish pretty soon as well.
How did you train for this kind of terrain ahead of the JWOC?
It was Sigrid Schmidt-Goran, but now Henriette Radzikowski to the last control. And then into the finish.
She's managed to pull back about 15 seconds. but it's not going to be good enough for the medal spots as she'll finish in 4th place, just ahead of Elenius.
So still fighting for a place among the top 5. She will be clearly the new 4th best at the finish line. Henrietta Radzikovski, gold medalist in 2023, and right now coming into 4th position, 1:28 behind her teammate Kati Ots. And the time lost was nearly all in the beginning of the course. You see here, she's already more than 1 minute behind, but doing good orienteering, safe route choice to this control number 14, no problems with 15, and a good line out of number 15 until the finish.
Balog is not going to finish inside the top 10, but a well-run race there. Should finish inside the top 12. So new 11th fastest time, 5:17 slower than Berger.
Sigrid Granschmidt in 15th place after 12 minutes, but for Norway, as Alexander was saying, Christopher Stromdalvik in 3rd place after
Freya Triner of Great Britain. She seems quite pleased with her races so far, better than her results last year. She heads off into the forest. And we're with Florian Fritzen now, approaching control 14. And he's quite far off the pace. So 13th then at the second split. Lucas Thomas into the forest. And it's definitely getting hotter here in Italy, getting close to 30 degrees now.
Did you enjoy the race?
Yeah, I think it was very different to the distance, and it's definitely quicker, also more hillier, and for the distance.
Thank you.
Sinne Sandven of Norway lining up at the start.
I'm not 100% sure the current queen and the current king are happy to stay there. They thought maybe someone would explore that area, but they are currently enjoying their time and people visiting them, and it's been quite a while now that they are sitting on that.
Quick start then, and off into the forest. So the current standings then at the finish, it's Loic Berger who leads by almost 2 minutes, with Daniel Balahovsky, the long distance champion, in second position, and it's still Kowalczuk in third. Some fantastic performances from the men.
fantastic performances also in the long distance, 5 seconds in the long distance. Today we have 1 second. What about the race today? With the winner, with the 4 with the 1 of
And in the women's class, it's still Katy Hotz that leads, but only 1 second faster than Ellie Punto. Both these runners making some late mistakes, so there is still scope to improve on these times. And it's still Alva Bjork who is in 3rd place. Kalonji, though, at the 2nd TV control. Just less than 5 minutes down on the time of Loic Berger at that point. You can see the comparison of the two athletes here. A good route on the long leg for Kalonji.
And it's good to see Simone Calendry performing well. Very young runner from France. Here a small mistake there to control number 12. It was too far down on the slope.
Catalina Cocconieri, 13 years old at the finish line of the middle distance. Congratulations, Catalina. She will compete in 2 weeks. She will be at the World Championship.
And it's going to get hotter in the women's class. Because in a few minutes we will have Freya Järne from Sweden going out into the foreigners. This is Joras Irvilahti from Finland. Trying to get placed among the 30 best. Far from the super leading time of Loic Berger. 27 minutes and 7 seconds, 1 minute and 50 seconds ahead of Daniel Boleowski. He was not so happy with his performance in the interview, but I may say that was a very, very good run by Loic Berger. Maybe we have already seen the gold medal performance in the men's class.
Yeah, it's going to be a hard time to beat, that's for sure.
And this is Sigrid Schmidt-Gran, Halden Ski Club runner, running for Norway here into top 10 so far. This is Katerina Stepova from Czechia, going into position number 11 at the finish. So at the finish, she's in fact the best Czech girl so far. 31:18, 4 minutes and 19 seconds off the pace of Katy Hotz.
Wow, this is not Dalgard, Denmark. He will be the next one to follow from scratch. Because after 20 minutes, he is only 1 minute 45 seconds far from Loic.
And now we look at Niels Dalgaard, 9th in the long distance 2 years ago, 2 days ago. And here performing really well on this middle distance course. Coming close to the contention for the medals, punching right there. 2:03 off the pace of Loic Berger.
Yeah, that's a brilliant, brilliant start for the Dane.
And is in fact at that point 20 seconds faster than the current third spot at the finish, Serafin Kowalczuk.
Back at the finish for Maria Eller. Have to say it does feel like it's very much like an uphill finish. I think it's climbing contours from number 13 onwards in the women's class.
Yeah, so the physicality of this last part of this middle distance course really here showing in Maria Eller's leg, but good performance by the Estonian runner, going to grab what I think is going to be a new 14th best time, just ahead of Rahel Good from Switzerland.
Muchas gracias, Katarina. So she said it was very technical, and she clearly felt in her leg methods of this very day. I thought she would rest tomorrow. She said, no, I'm actually very likely.
There's some small hesitations there between control 9 and 10.
In the JWOC 2025, and we know there will be a day, and we really hope so.
Of course, these parts hard physically, and she's really taking this really difficult route choice to number 14, but just executing it perfectly, and then appeal to the finish to conclude her middle distance race. This is Fadej Matin from Ukraine. He came into the finish line. I think it was 39th spot for him. And Jakob Nuf at the start line. Again, the Kiwi always wears the shorts. Let's see what Jakob can do on today's middle distance course. And now the Spanish. Almost for sure this is a name from Catalonia. Guinedel Faya San Jaume. She already has some results from the European Youth Championship. Quite some good results. She was 18 on EOC long distance 2 years ago. This is Christopher Strondal-Vik. We saw him performing so well into that first TV control, but then that's really not ideal route choice to control number 9, and is now more than 3.5 minutes behind the leader Loic Berger. Into the finish, we bring
Florian Fritzen. See how his time compares to the leaders, what position he's going to finish in. Lost quite a lot of time, and he's going to be just slower than Finn Salmadugid and Dent. So 25th.
More than 6 minutes off the pace by the 5th last year on this middle distance, so not the best of races for Florian Fritzen today. Here the route choice, you see the line of Christopher Strondal-Vik, really bad into that green area, pure loss of running speed, and is now so far behind even compared with the time of Niels Dalgaard, and he was in front of Niels Dalgaard on the control number 8. So bad route choice here by the runner from Norway. I think that for many of the Nordic runners, sometimes these more bushy terrains prove to be quite challenging, because here when it's really dark green, runnability is very poor and you will lose a lot of time. And this is a very good race by Anna Vitkova.
See, it's interesting because looking at her splits, she was actually down in 23rd at the pre-warning for TV1, and then pulled herself up into 5th place by TV2, and now she's up into 4th.
Yeah, so she's getting time on Katiots. He was 1:24 behind, like you said, Oli, then 1 minute behind at the TV1, and now she's less than 1 minute off the pace of Katiots. Let's see if she can execute these final controls quite well. If she does it, still possible for her even to come into gold medal position. And now the gold medalists from the long distance. Freya Erden from Sweden going out there into the forests.
Yeah, we'll see how she can perform today. very, very impressive run at the long distance event 2 days ago.
And I think today, the ones that executed the short legs well on that long distance, if they use the same principle that is really reading the map, good lines between the controls, they will do very well on today's middle distance, that's for sure.
Looking out for Niels Dalgaard at the finish.
Niels will be sprinting for a place among the best. He has been proving himself to be the best Dane in the men's side of this Junior World Orienteering Championships 25, and here sprinting for a place among the third best, for a place among the medals so far. Trying to get into that bronze medal spot, looking there to see the timing. And yes, indeed, new third best time in the men's class for Niels Dalgaard from Denmark. And is slightly 2 minutes off the pace of Loic Berger.
And Sigrid Schmidt-Gran will go into a new 5th best time at the finish, just behind Rajakovsky.
So it was a very good run by Sigrid. Again, Alden, she club runner, going into a place among the top 5 on today's race.
So see how Sigrid Schmidt-Gran compares to Kati Hotz in the final parts of this course then.
So here she was almost 2 minutes behind Kati. Then you saw the mistake there for Kati Hotz, but Sigrid really doing a smart route choice, just using the edge of the swampy area there, and then having really good lines on the last part of the course, and this secured her a nice 5th spot in the end of the course so far. So here Niels Dalgaard, a new 3rd best time for him. So in the men's class, the top 3, Loic Berger, Daniel Bolejovski, Niels Dalgaard. In the women's class, Kati Hotz, Eli Punto, Alva Bjork. Here the comparison between Dalgaard and Kovalchuk, it was very, very tight between the two of them. Only 4 seconds separating the Dane and the Ukrainian in the end of the course today. Start line, Ansel Kolner from Slovenia. And Slovenia is going to host the Youth European Orienteering Championships in 2026. Always good to go back to Slovenia. Slovenia, really wonderful country to do some orienteering. They have such lovely forests. And Christopher Somdalvik to the finish. Gaining some time toward the end of the course. But that long route choice really proved not to be the best for him today. Really took his chance about getting a medal today.
Yeah, you can see how hard he's been working.
I feel quite strong, but I actually made some mistakes out there, but I think it was it was difficult to run like a perfect clean race, but it was a good race, and I think I took a good route choice on the long leg, and then after that there was like a couple of small mistakes.
How did you approach the last part of the race?
I was feeling that I have a good race, so I was like took it quite slow into the last controls because I know it was going to be pretty difficult. So took it slow and then just pushed all I have in the end.
Okay, thank you so much. Good job today.
Maja Kula from Poland. She had a good run until the pre-warning. Now she's already a little bit too late, but still in contention for the place among the best at this first TV split.
So slightly out of the point now, but it was a tough race. Did you enjoy it? Yeah, I think it was doing.
Yeah, she was only 26 seconds behind Katiot's time at his control, but some mistakes here done for sure. She should be there already. She went too far down on the slope. So meaning that, yeah, she has lost some time there. She's now in, I think, outside of the top 10.
Absolutely, thank you very much. Please let me say about Anna Vikova. There is some problem.
So you see the replay between Maja and Kati. Really good start by Maja there. Really getting good lines. And then here, oh boy, bad line to control number 6. She lost nearly probably 1 minute there on this route choice.
Yeah, definitely getting caught in the green is not what you want.
Yeah, again, when you think about short legs, you only think, okay, compass and just run, but this here you really need to execute it quite clearly.
Felix Hunt of New Zealand had some strong performances so far this week.
Looking for some details, but that path is line, so it's difficult. Maybe with the grass on the right, and Anna Nikolai is trying for the third time at least to find that control. Anna Nikolai now running for the position number 9.
Sine Sandven of Norway.
And also the world champion, long distance Freya Hjerne, running the first wave control in 9th place so far. So, Marco, we can say to the press agent that the competition is done.
Just outside the top 10. Into this second TV control, but in fact she's getting some positions toward the end of the course. So this is Sine Sandval. Yeah, good line there to the controls.
Soon
But
we might
again,
be going to TV for Freya Hjerne, but first an interview.
So we're here with Sigrid. How was your middle race today?
It was good, or the beginning was a bit bad. I had some small mistakes on the first and the third, but then after that it went quite well.
Are you looking forward also for the relay?
Of course, I was actually a bit stressed about that, but now I'm really looking forward to the relay. That's the most fun.
Do you think this terrain suits you?
Yes, I think hilly terrain and actually with the heat. It could have maybe been a bit more tricky terrain, but steep and hilly, it's good. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Good job today.
Thank you.
So through the first TV control, we can tell you that Freya Hjörne is off the pace, but at the finish we've got Hanna Vitkova, and she's outside of the top 6 after an early time loss. But she's going to run into the finish to take 7th spot.
It was up and down race by Hanna Vitkova. I think it was bad in the beginning, loss of time in the beginning. Middle part, she was in fact gaining time on Katiots, but then again, toward the end of the course, losing some more seconds, and this means 7 spots in the end for Hanna Vitkova. But going back to Freya Hjörne, Oli, she seems to have the running legs today, I may tell you, because she passed the pre-warning 42 seconds behind Katiots, but in the TV control, when we missed her at the TV control, she's only 8 seconds behind Katiots. You see there the standings, still at that first TV split. Eli Punto is the fastest, Katiots 2 seconds slower, and then Freya Hjörne only 8 seconds off the pace of the 2 fastest girls at the finish line. So everything is still in line for another strong performance by the Swede Freya Hjörne.
Yeah, once again showing anything can happen. And obviously none of the top 3 runners so far have had a clean run. So lots of scope for other runners to come in and improve on their times. And it also means that if you make an early mistake, it's really not the end of the world and you can claw back just like Freya Hjörne is doing.
Yeah, and even on if she's behind on the second TV control, we saw that Eli and Kati, they lost time on those last controls in the swampy area. As for the men, still in the lead at the first TV control, Loic Berger leading at the first TV control, at the second TV control, at the finish. The gap is 1 minute and 50 seconds, and still he was not happy in the interview. I don't know why, because his performance was so good today. He was getting such smooth lines between those first controls, and he really deserves to be in the lead of the men's class.
Yeah, I think it's a psychology thing of if something goes bad, you tend to focus on the negatives. And I think focusing on those negatives in his head at the moment will be outweighing the positives of just how good he has performed today. So I think with time, he'll realise just how fantastic his performance has been.
Yeah, because for him so far, the championship has been almost in the sprint relay. That's a mistake by Celine Sonvol cost Switzerland and Loic probably a medal. Then on the sprint, he was running a really good race until he made that huge mistake to one of the last controls of the course. I think it was control 17, if I'm not mistaken. And in the long distance, also, he was running really good race until he make some mistakes that just threw him out of contention for the medal, finishing up in 4th. So still no medal for Loic Berger. I don't want to risk it because there are still so many good runners out there, but it's looking very good for him, looking like a medal for Switzerland for Loic Berger today. And you know what is also looking good? For Sweden, because we got the pre-warning from Freya Hjörne, and pretty soon the camera will go to TV number 2 on the women's course, and I think that we will see a new best time there for the Swedes.
Yeah, I mean, to be going from 42 seconds down to being 24 seconds up is quite impressive, really. So yeah, we'll see what happens when we get to TV2 in just a wee bit. But first, Celine Sandveld at start, ready to head out on the course.
And Celine Sandvold, also a good name. She was not performing so well on the long distance 2 days ago. Let's see if she can put her orienteering together for today's course. And here Freya Erne into TV2. A little bit of a zigzag here, going to TV2. But she's going to get the new best time, that's quite clear. It's not going to be a huge lead at the second TV control, but still it's going to be new best time for Sweden for Freya Erne.
So an 18-second lead then. Quite impressive to come back from being 42 seconds down.
Yeah, so now you see it was a mistake already to control number one, and she was behind from control number one, just chasing Katiots. But again here, good lines between all of them's controls, and you saw the speed from Freya Erne going down on that open area. Best line here to control number 8 from Freya Erne. Overtaking Katiots already to control number 10. Before that first small mistake by Katiots to number 10. And here Freya Erne leading the women's class. She still has those tricky controls ahead of her. Let's see how she can perform. And Alice Merat just motivating herself into the course. She really needs to do some fluid orienteering to get some good results today. So standings at TV2, Freya Erne, Eli.Katiots, Katiots, the fastest at that intermediate time in the women's course. At the finish line, still leading, Katiots from Switzerland, 26 minutes 59 seconds.
And for the men, Loic Berger way out in front by over a minute, with Ludwig Rosen in second and Daniel Bolahovsky third. That's obviously at split 2.
And I think for Loic Berger, it's looking better and better, but still some good names toward the end of the start list. But it's looking quite good for Loic Berger. So Felix Sant from New Zealand, 14 spots at the first TV control. Executing it quite well in and out of the control. And he goes into 15th position there, 155 behind Loic Berger.
Quite a smooth start, wobble at number 3. But a good route to 6.
But in case it happens, and I'm pointing my finger on the runner starting at 2:31 is the Italian one, by the Gaio. Do not forget that he already has a top 6 in the European Championship. He already has a 11th place in the sprint. By the guy, I'm pointing the finger on that name. It doesn't happen because the handbrake is just behind the corner. But if it happens, I don't know what could happen here. I would say with Vilma Selin from Sweden. Sweden are coming back in the ranking. for team Alexander, you can take Loic Berger. I'm not disappointed if you decide to stay with the current leader, Loic Berger.
Rasmus Toirila into the course. If he performs as in the long distance, he will be very, very good. Tine Sandven from Norway, sprinting into the finish line, fighting for a place among the top 20. And we'll run compared with Elsa Kuiper from Sweden. I think that this is, yes indeed, the new 16 best time for 48 of the pace of Katiots. Just saying hello back home to Norway. I don't think people are hearing us in Norway because they have their own stream. It's on another platform. And here the route choice by Sine Sandven, really losing sometimes. She was too far down the slope there. That control. Freya Triner from Great Britain into the finish line, and she will be outside of the top 30 today. And, more than 8 minutes behind the leaders. In the meantime, we have some news from the early part of the course. Celine Sandvold from Switzerland, really performing quite well today. She already passed the pre-warning control, and she's only 7 seconds off the pace of her teammate Katiots. Now she has to do that leg from 6 to 7, where if you make the wrong route choice, you will lose a lot of time. Here, Mihaili Chobot from Hungary, 24th position, going through TV1. Young runner from Hungary. And Ingeborg Roll-Moslan, she was on the top 10 of the middle distance last year. She was 8th on that middle distance course in Czechia, in Pilsen. Here now trying to get some better results, but I think pretty soon we will go to the TV1 and see the passing of Celine Sandvold. This is Tomasz Rzenka. No. Or yes? No. Not Tomasz Rzenka, Timoteusz. Tomasz will start in 1 hour's time. I was 1 hour ahead of the start list. Tomasz, still 1 hour for him in the quarantine before he starts, and this is Timotheos going out to the course. And here we are waiting for Celine Sandvold versus Kaspars Morenas with a good 10 spots, just 1:37 off the pace of Loic Berger, but as you can see, he's running on a faster speed as the silver medal spot in the finish, Daniel Bolejowski. So good start for Kasparas Morenas from Lithuania. And on the start line, Victoria Skashova from Czechia, the silver medalist from 2024, one of the favorites for today. And you just saw there Celine Sandvold passing at the TV1. And this is the new best time there for the young Swiss runner. She was some seconds ahead of Katios. Pretty similar start, but good line from control 2 to 3 for Celine Sandvold. Then nice line getting the seconds there into the 6 control, and this is why Celine Sandvold is leading the women's course. 9 minutes 39 seconds for her. So this means 11 seconds gap over Katios and 17 seconds gap over Freya Järni. And talking about Freya Järni, look at the time counting for her. Some problems also for her on the last part of the race, and she is now sprinting all the way to the finish, trying to beat Katios, but the seconds are running down. Will this be a Swede or a Swiss lead in the end of the middle distance for the women? The seconds are counting down, and third spot, third spot for Freya Järni now at the finish line. And this means a bronze medal position for her. And look at the gaps. First place, Katios, 26.59. Then second spot, Elin Punto, only 1 second slower. Third spot, Freya Järni, only 2 seconds slower. So 2 seconds separating the top 3 girls on the result list.
Yeah, it doesn't get much tighter than that, does it? That's really, really tight at the top. Yeah. 2 seconds dividing the top 3. And we've still got Celine Sandvold, who's gone even faster than that.
But I'm sure that we will see the GPS replay. I'm quite interested to understand where did Freya Järni lost the seconds, because I think for sure on those last controls on the swampy area, probably she risked a little bit on the route choice and makes a mistake, but we will see it on the GPS tracking for sure.
Incredible performance there from the champion of the long distance event.
What an exciting middle distance race, as Stefano just said. 3 of you, the very same second in the last control. It was really the very last stretch.
Maya Kula on the way into the finish. She got off to a great start, but unfortunately some time losses in there, and she'll finish just outside the top 20. I don't think it will be long though until we go to TV1 to have a look for Toirila, because he's off to a flying start.
This happened very often today. And what about your route choices? Did you need to take time, analyze them ahead? Were you quick enough to make the choice that paid off eventually?
Yes, I tried to read the map as I ran and decide the route choice before the leg started. Yeah, but it's difficult to know if it was the best or not.
So at TV1 though, looking out for the Finnish runner Toirila, who had a fantastic run at the long distance. Here he is, and he is going into second spot behind Loic Berger and ahead of Rosen.
Yeah, but this is a strong start by Rasmus Toirila. I know he moved to Helsinki and he really stepped up this year on his navigation skills, and he seems to be a very strong runner. Really big hope for the future for Finland. Still very young and here performing extremely well in this middle distance race. It's going to be interesting to see what he will now do on the long leg. He lost some small seconds there. You saw the line again. The line on these first controls, I'm not sure if someone will beat Loic Berger, but he's finding some good lines between the controls, really on good attack mode, and this is going now to be a quite decisive leg.
We are here with Freya Erne. How was your race today?
Yes. It was good, I think, but I did some small mistakes, and I did a mistake to the first control, so yeah. But yeah, I'm happy with the race, and it was very tough.
You already have a gold medal in the long distance. Were you expecting also a good race today?
I think that if I ran well, it could be good too, but there are many strong runners, so I didn't know.
Very good job today, thank you.
Thank you.
Great to hear from Freya Hjörne, who's currently in third spot, and there's just 2 seconds dividing the top 3 in the women's competition.
Yeah, it's crazy to see that. And what I can tell you and what I can expect on the women's class is that this is still very open for the medals. I really expect some of the girls in the start list to do better than the 3 bests. Really expect it, because they were making some mistakes throughout the course, and we still have so many big names toward the end of the start list. Biggest favorite, Lucia Dietrikova, and one of my personal bets, the last chance for her to really get a gold medal in the junior class, Evalina Oyanaho, the third last to start today. So yeah, it's going to be so interesting to follow the race on the women's course. And here's Celine Sandvold.
Yeah, she is one of the runners that are going to contend for the medals.
And she's I think she's can be very close to even the leading time of Freya Hjörne, and most likely she will even be faster than Kat Jots, the leader at the finish. So you see the time running there for her. She has run the time compared with Freya Hjörne, but she can still be faster than Kat Jots at the second TV control. Yeah, exactly the same time as Kat Jots.
So definitely able to challenge the medal positions between the second radio control and the finish. Lots of people having problems in the final section when the forest gets a bit more dense and the visibility drops.
So you see they are neck to neck on this final part of the course again. For Celine Sandvold, she just needs to execute, especially control 14 and control 15, and the exit from 15 to the finish. That is where the race is being decided on the women's class.
Japela finishing about 8 minutes down. Another runner who's out there potentially to contend for the medals is Ingeborg Roll-Molsland for Norway, who's been pre-warned for TV Split 1.
Yeah, but I think the time for her has already run, and she's still not there. I can tell you that the route choice to the control before the TV1 is extremely bad. She will be far behind the leaders at that TV1. So we are looking for her to come here, but it's already 11 minutes running time for Ingeborg Mosland, and you saw the leading time for Celine Sandvold, 9:39. 9:39, so she will be almost 2 minutes off the pace of Celine Sandvold, simply due to really bad line between control 5 and control 6. Often we have heard runners on the interview saying, oh, the terrain should have been a little bit more tricky, but yeah, I think they are just not taking it too seriously with their own orienteering, and they are making big mistakes, and sometimes not big mistakes, but bad lines between the controls. And you saw there 2:05 behind the leader. And now this is Victoria Shkashova, silver medalist from last year, punching there. 6 spots, only 25 seconds off the pace of Celine, not Celine Sandval, but off the pace of Katy Ots at that first TV split. So good start for her, in contention for the medals.
So looking out then for the poor route choice from Mosland.
Yes, so she started quite well, you see. She was really in contention there for the top spot, but then this line to control number 5, yeah, really bad line through the terrain, losing so much time there. And you see how far behind she's going to be when she gets to that control number 7, that is the TV control.
Maybe she knows that she is competing with not so many mistakes, not big mistakes.
Dara O'Brien running for Ireland, off into the terrain.
She doesn't know that basically she is on the same feet of the teammate Katy Ots. We already had in the Junior World Championship a finish line with Celine Sandval, the 3 seconds faster for the gold medal. Katy Ots. Katy is there. No,
In the women's class, at the start line, we have Lovise Ariete Coppel. He had a good run on the long distance.
Imogen Peters on the running now, looking for a top 20. Funky route choice early on, but a solid run from Imi in her final JWOC. She'll be pleased to finish inside the top 20. She's definitely given it her all out there.
You need to. No regrets then at the finish line. Just need to do all the best that you have and have fun also. That is a very important topic of this Junior World Championship. Not only the victory, but also having fun out there in the terrain. This is Oleg Peprik from Ukraine. I think probably we'll have the standings, but it is very interesting to look at the top 6 in the men's class because we have so many nationalities there. So we have Switzerland, Finland, Czechia, Denmark, Ukraine, Czechia again, and then Sweden. It's good to see. Good to see still Serafin Kovalchuk from Ukraine still in the top 6, 4th position, but first the women. Katy Ots still leading the race, 26:59, and you saw then Eli Punto 1 second slower, Freya Jerne 2 seconds slower, crazy tight on the women's class, then the 4th spot for Alva Bjork, 5th Henriette Radjikovti, 6th Sigrid Schmidt-Gran from Norway. There, Rachel Baker, also good to see. On the top 30 so far.
Fast as possible, as hardy as possible. In this case, the classic, the classifier, the ranking is a bit.
As for the men, still the crazy time by Loic Berger. Honestly, it's going to be so hard for someone to beat his time. So hard for someone to beat his time. It was a very good race by the Swiss runner. And the 2nd spot, Daniel Wolejowski, 3rd, Niels Dolgaard from Denmark, 4th, Serafin Kovalchuk, 5th, Tomasz Kuchera, 6th, Ludwig Rosen.
Yeah, and there's been only one athlete that's been able to challenge the time of Loic Berger, and that is Erasmus Torola. And he has been pre-warned for the second TV split, so we should be seeing him fairly soon.
Yeah, so we saw the sprint world champion, junior world champion, Jonas van Ingerd going out into the forest. And here, Rasmus Torola really fighting for a medal today. Is looking very, very good for him.
Yeah, he's made a couple of errors because he's dropped a bit of time, but still in that second position with the last part of the course to go.
I think that's just probably just the running speed is higher for Loic Berger. He was getting the fuel for everything that has happened during all week long. Because you see, I think the line from Rasmus Torola, if you really push hard, it can be faster. But here, Celine Sandvold, and this is going to be a clear new best time in the women's class. Now we're talking. We're going to have a 26 low time for Celine Sandvold. Really good performance by the young Swiss runner going into the lead in the women's class.
A fantastic finish there. So 26 minutes and 22 seconds is the new fastest time then on the women's course. Fantastic performance from Celine Sandvold.
Yeah, nice 37 seconds gap for Celine Sandvold. Now the new leader here at the finish line. So you see, when she got to that second TV control, number 12, we will see that she's really same time as Kat Diot. They were same time and neck to neck at that 12 control. Then Katiot's slightly higher running speed there. Let's bring the Italian to the finish first. But it's going to be, we need really to see the GPS tracking on that last part, because that was where Celine Sandvold really took on the medal spot. And there are so much things happening. Let's see what is going to bring on the screen. Otherwise, we have to give it the news. No. Let's see where we are going from here, because there's a very important news to give on the women's class. Okay, so we'll stick around here at the finish, and we bring Kasparas Morenas to the finish line. And it's very tight here for these spots around the position 3 to 7. I think he's going to be around 6 or 7. Yes, 7 spot for him. 2:22 off the pace of Loic Berger. But Ollie, have you spotted the new best time at TV2 for the women's class?
I have indeed.
Yeah. So Victoria Skashova really performing really well. She passed at that second TV control. We didn't have any images from her, but she passed at that second TV control 10 seconds faster than Celine Sandvold. So this is the comparison here. Niels Dahlgaard and Kasparas Morenas, and Niels really higher running speed on the last part of the course for him.
We've also had Isabel Howard through the pre-TV control, and she looks like she's had a flying start. She's inside the top 10, just 25 seconds down on the lead.
We're here with the gold medal from the sprint race. How was the middle today?
It was really cool. I tried to just focus from control to control and I felt really good when I was warming up, so I was confident, and I only made a mistake in the longer route choice where I wanted to go down on the bigger track, and then then there was a lot of green in my way, and then I had to go up again. But yeah, I'm really satisfied.
Very good. So, what was your approach during this race?
Taking it step by step, just control after control, not looking too far, and just stay present that I don't skip anything.
Very good job today. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Isabel Howard then at the TV control into 8th position. I think the best position for a Brit in the middle was Fiona Bunn, who got a silver medal just a few years ago.
Yeah, but it's a very good start by Isabel Howard. So let's see if she can really keep up with this pace. Again, super good lines on the terrain there.
I think this terrain will really suit Izzy, actually. Quite similar in places to the north of Scotland, where she's from.
And here, just Celine Sandveld on the higher running speeds compared with Izzy, and she was just some seconds behind here, but in contention for a really good result.
And it won't be long until we expect to see Toirila at the finish. And he's still in contention for medals.
Yeah, he should be coming pretty soon if he wants to get the medal. I think he's already on his way to the last control. We should see him in the pictures pretty soon. And he's fighting. He will not beat the time of Loic Berger. That is very clear. He's still fighting for the place among the top 3. Still fighting to beat the time of Daniel Boliowski. He has about 1.5 minutes to go.
There he is.
And here he comes. Yeah. This is going to be a clear new second best spot in the men's class. Really happy to see Rasmus Toirila from Finland.
So
still very young age, but still, you see there the coach Arto Siralainen really pushing for him because he knows that this may well be a medal today for Rasmus Toirila from Finland, going into silver medal position right there, 55 seconds behind Loic Berger.
Yeah, strong performance throughout the course.
Yeah, happy, of course. He should be very happy. Totally exhausted there after the finish line. With a really solid performance. Really good to see Rasmus Toirila taking the second spot in the men's class.
So see how he managed the final part of the course then.
Yeah, so really good lines, safe route choices there between the controls, and he managed to grab himself into this second spot, silver medal position right now for Rasmus Toirila.
So looking at the standings at the finish, it's Celine Sandveld who leads, but we have a pre-warning for Viktoria Skachova, who could be about to shake up the top 3.
Definitely comfortable with today's course.
Loic Berger still leading, but now it's Toirila in the silver medal position and Bolahovsky in the bronze medal position. But now we're looking out at the finish for Viktoria Skachova. who has absolutely flown around this course. Here she is then approaching the final control, powering up the hill.
And I think that this is going to be the new best time in the women's class. We need to see the timing, but I really think that she's going to grab, yes indeed. And this is so clear that the new best time, the final part of the course for Victoria Skashova was truly on a class of her own. She will be definitely the first girl to be within the 25-minute mark. 25:22. Wow, 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 wow. Amazing. Amazing.
Yeah, so a minute faster than the previous leader Sandvald, and Kati Hotz is pushed into third position. Ellie Punto now off of the podium.
It means that it doesn't matter if you want to navigate along, if you want to go across, you have to be strong. Alexander, to you,
And behind her, I think it was Ingeborg Rolmosland, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, indeed, 6th spot for her. 2:27 of the pace of the now new leader, Victoria Skashova from Czechia.
We are here with Rasmus Torila, current second place in today's middle race. How was your race today?
It was clearly full speed, no mistakes.
You did also a good job in the long distance. Does this terrain suit you very well?
No, yeah, I think so.
What are your expectations for the next race?
Of course, we are catching a medal tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Good job today.
Thanks.
And it's good to see that they are taking the logo out of the head coach of the Finnish team, Thierry Giorgio. He was the one saying full speed, no mistakes. And he really did that. Really happy to see Rasmus Torila performing so well today. Right now, silver medal position. So in the men's class, gold medal position, Loic Berger. Silver medal position, Rasmus Torila. And the bronze medal position for Daniel Bolyovsky.
I'm here now with the second best time in the men, Rasmus Torila. So, congratulations, 1 minute.
And we've got a pre-warning for Isabel Howard at TV2. Good news for the British fans. She's inside the top 10. And at the start, this is Nia Shingler from Australia. Some good results so far this week, and she'll look to continue that today.
After you finished across the finish line, Victory, she's now the lead in the women. She went straight to the point, as close it seems to the line as possible. What was your route choice today?
And we are really going toward the end of the start list in the women's class.
So that wasn't your choice. What was the most challenging part?
We already have Janka Mikes.
That looks like Isabel Howard in the GB top as well there.
The terrain was awesome. So you enjoyed today's race? You're looking forward to stay second?
Yeah, so Janka Mikes already running out there in the forests. Janka Mikes, last year she was 4th in the middle distance, just outside of the medals. I think here probably the timing should have been to Isabel, because she's the one that is fighting for the position among the top 10.
So into 12th spot then for Izzy Howard.
Yeah, so let's see where she has made the difference. I think purely Victoria Skashova running on a higher pace there, hitting really smooth lines between the controls, but Izzy also doing a really good orienteering. No problems catching the controls. But Victoria Shkashova just running on a class of her own, and here now leading at the finish 25-22. This is really close to the expected winning time for the women's course.
Phil Marcellin heading out into the forest then.
So 2 days ago on the long distance, he was making some really good race. Silver medal for him. It was just 1 minute and 3 seconds slower than Daniel Bolevsky. So let's see if he can keep up with his orienteering and get another really good result on this long middle distance final of the Junior World Orienteering Championships 2025. Uyi Atada should come to this first TV control. Here he comes. Good to see Japan. Pretty good start. He will get there with a time similar to Alejandro Garrido Diaz, silver medalist from the long distance, and now Victoria Shkashova.
How was your race today? You are leading this race with 1 minute. Tell us about it.
It was quite demanding because of the hot weather. It was also a lot of running. I wouldn't expect that on middle distance, but what can we do? And otherwise, I was a bit more cautious at the beginning, and slowly I just went faster and faster if I felt that I can manage it technically.
Thank you so much. What are your plans for tomorrow?
Well, for tomorrow, enjoy the relay because relay is one of the best.
Thank you so much. Very good done today.
Thank you.
Great to hear from the current leader. And now back to the start to see Frida Kahn-Grus.
Good start by Anders Mogensen. We haven't seen him at the start line. He was the gold medalist 2 years ago in Romania at the JWOC. It's good to see him here performing quite well. He grabbed the 3rd position at that TV control. 9 minutes and 10 seconds, so he's 40 seconds off the pace of Loïc Berger and 18 seconds slower than Rasmus Toirila. So Hannes Mogensen here really into contention for a medal spot.
Signe Hordegaard at the final control then, and it's not going to be a top 10 position.
So she'll
finish in about 11th spot.
Close time to Anna Vitkova, and 11th spot for Signe Hordegaard. But it is looking very good for Loïc Berger. This is the comparison between Signe and Shkashova, but easily you can understand higher running speed by Victoria Shkashova, and this is the first time that we've seen the line from Shkashova to that 5th 14 control. Solid orienteering there, This is why she's in the lead with a 59 seconds advantage over Celine Sandvall. And Cameron Morrison from at the start line. Runner from South Africa there. Mhm. Following Martis Zenitis from Latvia. He passed there at the first TV control, 11th spot for him. 1:34 off the pace of Loic Berger, but he was in fact running faster than Daniel Boliowski at that point. So good start for him. Let's see if he can keep his orienteering together. I think he's trying to drop already to the big pads. Probably will get a little bit stuck in the green area.
Dora Delic out into the forest.
Thank you, Victory. Thank you, Alexander, for those interviews from the
And Dora and Sara, I think they are twin sisters probably. They share the same birth year, so let us know if we are incorrect. But Dora Delic now heading into the forest. We still have 34 more minutes of start in the women. Last to start, Raya Asenova from Bulgaria. And still some big names: Rita Maramorashi, Fene Delaye, Lucy Dietrikova, Evalina Oyanaho. These girls still to go out into the forest. And this is the Austrian Jacopo Stoicher into the finish line. Place him on the top 20 for him. But there are some interesting things going on in the first part of the race, both in the men and in the women's class. In the women's class, I think pretty soon the camera will go there and we'll look to Nia Schindler from Australia. She started in a really good way. Let's hope that she can execute the line into these controls quite well.
Ingrid through control 14 in 13th. He'll look to push into the top 12. And at the start here for Carly Woolner.
And here you have Nia Schindler. Yeah, fantastic result for her. Punching the TV control right there, and as you may see, in 23 seconds behind. This means that she has same time as Alva Björk and just 20 seconds off the pacing. She's even 2 seconds faster than Victoria Shkashova. So amazing. Also together, and we are following the back of Wilmer Celine. And Wilmer Celine passed there in contention for the top spots. I didn't get his timing, but he was running around the 9 minutes. He was more than 30 seconds behind Loic Berger, but really good one. So in fact, 33 seconds, now we got it, 33 seconds behind Loic Berger. Third spot for him, so on the fight for the medals today.
Chances to train for today's terrain for this middle distance?
Yeah, actually quite a lot. My mother is from Italy, from Borgo, so I was able to spend quite some weeks here visiting my grandma training.
Excellent, congratulations Jacopo, thank you very much.
So, in the men's class, Interesting things going on. Vilma Stelin and Hannes Mogensen. Those two names that we are really looking to.
Eve Buckley on the start line. Great talent from Ireland.
Emotions, sensations, passion. Jakob Osterke, all the best for you for tomorrow with the Austrian team at the Forest Relay. And I will say something about the name. My name, Wilmer Selin. What a start by Wilmer Selin.
James Hammond.
James Hammond, yeah.
Got off to a shaky start. I think he got caught in some green, but he's been able to pull back some positions in the later parts of the course.
Every single step of the competition. Patrick Berger is performing very well. And another performer, Nea Schindler. After the first radio control, she was faster than Victoria Skakova. At the second radio control, she is faster than Victoria Skakova. At the third radio control, she is faster than Victoria Skakova.
Izzy Howard then at the final control. Looks like she's dropped a bit of time, but she'll be looking to run just outside the top 20. This will be the best performance of a Brit so far today in the women's class. I think potentially a poor route choice into the final part of the course lost her a bit of time there, but she'll be pleased with 21st at the finish. So she chose the route choice that had a bit more climb in it to get to 13, losing some time there.
What a race. What a race. We thought in the women class everything would be decided.
Yeah, but doing right solid orienteering. Maybe just exactly okay. Not the best of exiting from control 15 to 16. Oh, the start line. Antoine Derlot from France.
He's had a good week.
Yeah, fifth on the long distance. He should be very, very happy with his performance. Let's see if he can improve the results from previous years. Best result for him at JWOC, 33 on the middle distance. He will be for sure aiming for much better this year.
Personal opinion bigger, by the point of view of the emotions, the personal emotions, not the feeling, bigger than the World European Championship, because in some cases there's boys, there's girls are the very last possibility to defend the balls on the flag of the country.
As we're following Elias Munzberger from Austria. As they're more than 141 behind the leader, Loïc Berger, still in contention for top 20. Now getting the pat on the top of the hill. And he will use this a little bit during this route choice. This is Hannes Mogensen on his way to the second TV control. It's too late for the medals today. That's quite clear.
Yeah, looks like he's dropped some time in between the two TV splits there, losing just over a minute. He was only 40 seconds down at TV1. And now about 2 minutes off the pace of Berger.
And for Dennis Morgensen, this is his last year as a junior. Unfortunately, he will not be able to run JWOC in home soil next year in Karlskrona. JWOC 2026 will be good experience for many of the Swedish runners. This is Apo Vikajärvi from Finland. A good name, 12 in the middle distance last year in JWOC. So let's see what he can do today.
See where Morgensen lost his time here.
And also here he was a little bit too far down on the slope there, so losing some more seconds to control number 12.
Yeah, it's quite tricky to go diagonally across the slope. Lots of mistakes can be made. But one of the contenders for the women's class, Rita Marmarosi.
And 2 years, I remember quite well, 2 years ago, in the middle distance, she was coming to what was a medal, maybe the gold medal, and then she lost everything on some lost control already in the open area there in the JWOC in Romania. So yeah, she will try to improve the 6th spot from last year, Rita Marmarosi. It just needs to keep her orienteering together.
Nia Schingler now approaching the second TV control. Dropped about a minute, but still enough for a top 10 at this point. She'll go into 9th spot.
This is a fantastic performance by her. Really, really good to see Australia and Nia Schingler performing so well. Of course, they already have that bronze medal from Ali Alston back in 2005 in Switzerland. And he was really a huge talent with orienteering. She managed to be sprint world champion in the elite level when she was still a junior. But here again, some years after, we have Nia Schingler performing really well on this middle distance course. But I think she's going to take the wrong route choice, maybe.
Yeah, she's going to give herself a bit too much climb there. It's a shame to see.
So, David Baumberger heading into the forest now. 36 last year on the middle distance. And yeah, so it's good to hear from the arena speaker that Matthias Bührer is in fact on the arena. Matthias Bührer is still the reigning junior world champion in the middle distance from his gold medal from last year. Unfortunately, due to injury, he will not be able to run this JWOC, but he still has some more possibilities to do so. So Coralie Waldner into 10 spots at TV1. Good start for the Swiss runner. Using here the parts of the forest there a little bit more open. We'll get to the top of the slope here and on the top of the hill, then she will go down to her control number 8. Good line, good running speeds, everything in control for Coralie. But still, also making a small mistake there to control number 1. We have seen this before, the beginning. She was so close to the time of Shkashova, and you saw that Shkashova lost some time to the number 3. But she is here really close and in contention for a place among the best. So far, Coralie Waldner from Switzerland. Rune de Klerk into the second TV control. It's going to be outside of the top 20. And more than 4 minutes behind the leading time of Loïc Berger. Still so impressive to see Loïc Berger is leading throughout the course. At all the radio controls, Loïc Berger, and in fact, if you look at the split times, he is in the lead at the first control, then he loses a little bit of time to the second and third, but then from the fourth control to the finish, he is leading the race. Really, really good performance by Loïc Berger. Again, I think this may well be the gold medal race today.
Yeah, he really went out in attack mode, didn't he? He wanted that gold medal.
Yeah, so he was fueled by everything that happened during this week, and yeah, at least the medal will not fail for him, and I really think that this is going to be a gold one. Yeah, so
Hannes Morgensen on the running now, and this could be a new bronze medal. He'll have to be quick though to beat the time of Bolohovsky. He's got about 5 seconds to get there. Is it going to be doable? I don't think it's going to be. Just a second in it then. He goes into 4th position, just 1 second off of the bronze medal.
Yeah. 1 second behind the medal spots, Hannes Morgensen, but good to see him. Good to see him back into the top of the result list. So right now he's the new 4th best time, Hannes Morgensen from Sweden. But we have seem to be having a flying finish start. First the replay, and then we talk about this flying fin. So really good line here for this control number 16 by Hannes Morgensen. Perfect line. He was 7 at TV2, and in the end of the race, due to this really good execution on these 2 last controls, he was able to go into 4th spot, 1:51 behind Loïc Berger.
Another one of the favourites in the women's class, Fanny Delahaye, out into the forest.
And again, most improved runner of this championship, still very young, born in 2007. And she got that really good place on the sprints, really nice 10th spot on the long distance. And here again, let's see how she can perform. But this is the news. You saw Aapo Vikarjärvi from Finland. What a crazy fast start from him. He was exactly the same time as Loïc Berger at the first radio control, and you saw him passing there at the TV control, only 2 seconds slower than Loïc Berger. So, what to think about this, Ollie?
It's very impressive, isn't it? We'll have to see how the rest of the course pans out, but it's certainly a promising start for the Finn.
And for Loïc Berger, that is sitting there on the leader chair, now he really has something to worry about, because we have this flying finish. Aapo Vikarjärvi really performing well on the beginning of the course.
Toivola was only 12 seconds off the pace at the first split. So again, anything can happen because we saw Toivola make some mistakes out there. And we know how fast Loic Berger is.
Yeah, so you see they are really neck and neck on these first controls, taking like similar route choices there. Same running speed, so... But you see the exiting from this control number 8 from Loic Berger is crazy fast. You see already the gap that he gained just by leaving control number 8 is crazy. This is Coralie Waldner from Switzerland. She punched the control before the TV control, and now she will go up the hill to punch the second TV control. She will be some seconds behind the leaders, but still in contention for a place among the top 10.
Running same pace of Alva Björk, maybe a bit slower because the last few meters uphill have to be completed.
So you see here punching there. This is 8th position for her. 1:15 off the pace of Freya Ierne, that is the leader at that second TV control. And she's in fact only 33 seconds slower compared with the leader at the finish, Victoria Shkashova. So it is with good orienteering through the end, it's still possible for her to come even maybe into a place among the medals.
Man competition can run in 24 minutes, but for sure we still have to see something special.
And we also had passing at first TV control, David Baumberger. We haven't seen him on the pictures, but 9:26 for him, so good start, 7 spots, faster than Boliowski. So in contention for a place among the best today.
How was the race today?
It was better. I did a small mistake in the beginning, and then I think it was a quite boring course today. Missed Sweden quite much when I run here, so yeah, not my type of orienteering.
What about tomorrow?
Yeah, we have 3 really good teams, so 3 good chances. Looking forward for that.
Thank you so much. Good job.
Thank you.
And
here
this one.
the big favourite, Lucy Dichotova, out onto the course.
I'm just don't want to put so much hype on Lucia performance, because yesterday we were putting it there and then she made that mistake. But of course she's the reigning junior world champion, so she's well the biggest favorite for today's race. Nia Schindler here. Yeah,
this is an impressive finish.
Unfortunately, the last part of the course with some problems, so ended up going into position number 18 at the finish line.
She looks thrilled though, really happy with her run, and so she should be.
Yeah, but I think that it was even possible for her to come into a position among the top best, but it's really good to see Nea happy with about her performance. And at the start line in the men's class. Yuma Yokubo from Japan, we saw him passing there. And we also need to talk about the time of Rita Maramoroshi at the first TV control. He has lost some time there, She's 1:15 behind the leading time at that first TV control. Let's see the second part of the course for Rita Maramaroshi. At first here, bringing Vilmer Celine to the finish line. Strong start of the race for him, but some problems in the middle part of the course, and right here coming into 13 spots, 3 minutes and 50 seconds, still behind the leader, Loic Berger. So it seems like so far no medals for Sweden today. Best Swedes in the results. Freya Järne in the 5th spot, Hannes Mogensen in 4th position. With Rune de Klerk into 35th at the finish.
So a comparison then of Maramarosi and Skacheva. Maramarosi, a big mistake early on that took her out of contention at the first TV split. Let's see what happened.
Yeah, she was too far down on the slope there and lost a lot of time to that control number 3. So you see that she's already about 1 minute behind Skacheva. But let's see if she can make some good lines. And you see that she's already closer to the time of Skacheva. Right now, she was 1 minute behind, but I would say that she's about 20 seconds behind at that point of the course.
Yeah, she certainly has the running pace to be able to catch her.
Yeah.
An unfortunate early mistake that may have cost her a lot of success today.
And I cannot speak. I cannot speak high enough about this girl. I'm so impressed about Fanny Delahaye. Still so young, and she has made so many good performances in all the disciplines, both in the sprint and in the forest. Again, here among the best so far in this middle distance race. Oh, she should be coming pretty soon. Yes, she's coming there. Into the control. Allez Bleu, allez Fanny. Really good performance from her so far in this JWOC. Yeah, really taking her time to find the control there. Oh, and among the top 10 at this point of the race.
Misunderstanding with the position on the flag. She came back after a while, and she's now facing with the branch. She's doing three, so basically is a body falling, and what I can say about Rita Maramaroshi.
So see how Delahaye has got on in that first part of the course. Finding the good routes through all the green. And good execution, good flow.
Yeah, here she just went a little bit too far up on the slope to that control number 7. But now Rita Maramaroshi. You will see the time. Yeah.
Was down in 35th position and has pulled all the way up into the top spots here. You can see there she was 1 minute 24 down at number 5, and by number 12 she's already pulled back so much time, and it's not within the medal positions.
Yeah, but the time is looking very good for her. Look, 41 seconds behind. At the first TV control, she was 1:15 behind. And of course we say, okay, she's really far down on the result list, but 41 seconds is impossible. Compared with the leader, she's only 31 seconds off the pace of Victoria Skacheva, 21 seconds off the pace of Celine Sandvold, and 20 seconds off the pace of Katiot. So, still possible for Rita Maramaroshi to climb into the medals today.
Yeah, if she can keep the orienteering clean and fast, I think it's definitely doable. But here is Corsin Müller. He had a fantastic performance at the long distance. We'll see what he can do today.
Yeah, but now we bring Antoine Derlot to the second TV control, and this is also really good race for Antoine Derlot. He was also far behind on the first TV split, 2 minutes behind, in 29 position, and now in 6 spots. So second part of the course, quite good for Antoine Derlot, climbing all the way into the top of the result list. Not into the medals, I may say, not into the first, but is now in the podium positions. But Oli, the focus now will go into that first TV split. But first, Evelina Oenaho in the start line. Again, the last chance for Evelina Oenaho to get the gold medal in an individual distance at JWOC.
Yeah, Evelina Oenaho got the bronze medal in the middle back in 2022, so we know that she is capable of being up there.
And here Apo Vikayarvi, he was just 2 seconds off the pace of Loic Berger. But yeah, even physically you see that he's a little bit struggling up the hill here, and he's now outside of the medal positions, punching there 132 behind the leader, Loic Berger.
But this guy, Zenka, has just gone through the first TV split in 4th position, just 30 seconds off the pace of Loic Berger.
Yeah, so really good. We were hyping about him earlier on the stream. Silver medalist from the sprint 3 days ago, and here Tomasz Zenka performing really well, 4th spot in contention for the medals today. But we will go back to the TV1 because the biggest favorite from today, Lucie Dietrikova. You will see. Minus 46 seconds, crazy fast speed by Lucie Dietrikova, going to punch there with more than 30-second advantage already. Strong start for her today. 9:02 is the new best time at TV1 in the women's class.
Yeah, and we know that the current medalist made some mistakes later on in the course. So if Lucie Dietrikova can get such a big lead at the start, that is very positive for her to potentially be getting up to the top spots today.
Yeah, amazing to see Lucie again. She was also in contention for maybe a gold in the long, but then she made that huge mistakes, and she was out of the possibility to become again junior world champion in the long distance. But here, performing extremely well on this middle distance today. And what to say
now
about David?
at control 14. Just outside the top 5, some work to do to pull into the top positions.
Yeah, but I think he's still in contention for a really good result today, Baumberger. 133 behind Loic Berger, just some seconds behind Daniel Bolejowski. You see there the comparison, Toirila, silver medal position at the finish, and then Vikayarvi and Baumberger that are on the forest. Now Evelina Oenaho, did we make it? Did I make a mistake? Yes, probably. Who was the other Finn? Or, yeah, this is a replay. Evelina Oenaho into the forest now. She's the one of the last starters that can really threaten the medals. But so far at that first TV control, clearly leading the women's race, Lucia Dietrikova.
You can see Rita Mamarosi just how far down she was there, 1 minute 52 down, and she's pulled herself all the way back up again into contention for a podium position. If she can stay clean, and we know exactly how fast she can run.
Yeah, and I can tell you that she's really executing it, at least control 14. She already did it. Really good line between the controls. So just now she needs to get control 15 and have a good exit out of control 15. And she's on the fight, I may say. She's on the fight for a place among the best today. So the last place in the podium right now in the women's class, Kat Yachts, 26 minutes, 59 seconds of running time for her. And for Rita Maramaroshi, I think she's about 35 minutes running time for her. And she's already on her way to the finish.
And it's a good day to be Australian because Mila Keys got off to a flying start too.
Yeah. Really impressive Mila Key in the beginning of her course. But I think we will now look to the finish pretty soon. We have Filip Bukovac at the start. And then we will switch to the finish line because we will see Rita Maramaroshi from Hungary coming into the finish line into what may well be a place among the medals today.
Yeah, so she was way down at the first TV split, but here she is. Look at the pace that she runs at. She's flying up the hill all the way to the final control, and she is going to run into a place among the medals after fighting back from an early mistake, and she's going to absolutely fly round. Look at the time progression that she's caught up, and she's going to come into a new silver medal position behind Skacheva, but ahead of Sandvald, so 31 seconds down on the gold position. But that is enough for silver. She's probably going to be so frustrated about the early mistake, but fantastic performance through the rest of the course there.
Yeah, but she should be happy about her speed. He was 1:52 behind at the first TV control, 41 seconds behind at the second TV control, and right now in silver medal position, 31 seconds off the pace of Victoria Skacheva. So really good for Rita Maramaroshi right now on the medal positions. And Antoine Terlot, top 10 for him so far. Also not the best of starts, but managing to do a really solid race from TV1 to the finish. He was running on a pace similar to Loic Berger from TV1 to the finish. Just a pity about the first controls for him.
So the final part of the course then for Maramarosi, a good route to 13. And then a fantastic route through to 14.
Yeah, but Skacheva always doing some smaller micro route choices that gain the seconds that she needed to be in the lead. But look at this. This is so easy and smooth. It looks so easy for her to do orienteering. And she's coming to get the clear new best time at TV2. Lucia Dietrikova.
She looks like she's just out for a jog, but in reality, she's absolutely flying.
Yeah, she's so much in control about her own orienteering, really looking ahead, really knowing where to go. Already has seen the route choice to the next control, exiting where she needs, and she punches there, and you saw the gap there. Crazy gap for Lucia Dietrikova. 15:53. She's not only the first girl to go below 17 minutes, she's the first girl to go below 15 minutes time at the second TV control. And she's in fact there running higher speed than the expected winning time at that control. So crazy performance again by Lucia Dietrikova. And
Vika Yavi at the finish.
yeah.
Yeah, he had a flyer of a start, but unfortunately lost some time throughout the rest of the course. So not up in there with the medals today.
But it's good to see him. He's still also very young, born in 2007. Probably also some work to do physically on the next years, but a name that we should look out for.
Oh, you can just see how far ahead Lucy Dietrikova is.
Yeah, it's she's clearly on a class of her own.
David Baumberger. This should be a new bronze medal position at the finish to push down Bolahovsky. Just a bit slower than Toila, but Bolahovsky goes down into 4th place, and it's Baumberger that goes into 3rd.
Yeah, so no medal today for Daniel Bolahovsky, and with a good last part of the course, David Baumberger is now the current 3rd spot at the finish. 28 minutes, 32 seconds, 125 slower than Loic Berger. Wow. But also, wow for Hungary, because Marton Chobot, pre-1 for the TV control, leading over Loic Berger.
Yeah, this is about to get quite exciting, I think.
Yeah, and you saw there, it was all about orienteering. Baumberger getting the bronze medal spots by executing it much better to the 16 control.
What a great last part of the race. How was it?
Actually, I knew that I had a really big mistake in the beginning of the course, and I can't just make any compliment for the race, because actually after that I had a pretty great race and enjoyed the last part of the race, and actually it was so beautiful. We didn't expect this beautiful white for us because of the last day's model event. So what a surprise, and also my performance was a surprise for me as well.
So you have high expectation also for tomorrow?
Yeah, for sure. I got a bad news right before my start, but that small injury that Janka Mikas got, I think it won't influence our race, and we are so confident and excited about tomorrow. Let's see.
Thank you so much.
Great to
of
hear
course it's
from Maroshi.
Yeah, it's bad news for Janka Mikes for Hungary, but you saw when she was talking, you saw it on the pictures. We have the new best time at the TV1. Marton Chobot from Hungary. 8 minutes, 18 seconds at that control. Is running 12 seconds faster than Loic Berger. So flying start by Marton Chobot. Yeah, the line there. Oof. Yep, this is the type of thing is that now the line that Marton did for that control number 6, now it can be much better than the beginning of the start list, because those small greens now should have some openings there. So yeah, it is what it is. He chose to start on the last start group, so he's enjoying that. But you see the exiting from control number 8 by Loic Berger, it's so good. They are neck to neck there, even though he's 12 seconds behind at the control number 2. So a lot of good things to look forward to. Marton Chobot, but also Evelina Oyanaho. We didn't get the pictures from her at TV1, but she passed there 1 minute behind the leader at that control. That is still Freya Jerne, I think. No, it's It's Lucia Dietrikova. So she passed her 1 minute behind Lucia Dietrikova, but she's faster than Victoria Shkashova at TV1. So looking good for Evelina Oernaho in contentions for the medal. Maybe not possible to beat Lucia Dietrikova because she's running on a class of her own.
Here's Fanny Delahaye punching at the final control outside of the top 6, but it's still going to be good enough potentially for a top 10 here. As you say, her development over the past year has been absolutely phenomenal.
Yes, indeed. And if we go and look about the result from her last year, so last year she was running also in JWOC and she got 60 on the middle distance, and she will improve this dramatically for sure. Right now, 9th spot for her at the finish line. Born in 2007, Fanny Delahaye, a name for the future for sure.
Look at the result of the last year. Gold medal, Lucia Dietrikova. Silver medal,
And we will look also to the finish line, and in fact Lucia Dietrikova is doing a safer route choice to that control number 14. Let's see what is going to happen there, because the lines both from Shkashova and Mara Maroshi to control number 14 were much better than Dietrikova. That is for sure. She has to climb all the way to the top to use the pad and then down to the control. She will lose time on the route choice for control number 14. And we are now waiting for her at the finish line. The time is running for her. 25:22 leading time in the women's class for Victoria Shkashova. And she has exactly 2 minutes to come into the finish and beat the time of her teammates.
Yeah, this is going to get really tight.
And it's always good when orienteering makes the difference. When executing good route choices, executing better out there in the terrain makes a difference when it comes to the gold, the silver or the bronze medals.
Yeah, and we know exactly how tight this course has been when we had our 3 medalists at that point within 2 seconds of each other. So this again could come down to the wire.
Yeah, but again, what I tell you is the route choice to control number 14, clearly not the best for Dietrikova. Clearly not the best.
Here's Miliki. A great start to the course.
And she's going to TV2, I think.
Yeah, looks like she's had quite a big time loss. She was up with the top 5 at the start of the course, but we're looking out then at the finish for Lucy Dietrikova. She is the defending champion from last year, but it's going to be really close here as to whether she's going to get to the finish or not on time.
And the time is really running for her. The time is really running for her. You can see now 33 seconds left for her to beat Victoria Shkashova. Victoria Shkashova was a silver medalist last year. Dietrikova, and she's even making the mistake exiting control number 15. Now she's turning back.
That could cost her the gold medal.
And look, when we look at this, Evelina Oernaho still has a chance to come and become junior world champion because she's so close to the time of Shkashova. This is exciting in the women's class.
This is getting very exciting. Here she is, Dietrikova, except it's not going to be a gold medal, and it might not even be a silver medal because of this time loss.
That's for
She's going to absolutely power into the finish.
That's for sure. So no gold medal, no silver medal for Dietrikova. She's right now fighting and coming into bronze medal position in the women's class. So still in gold medal position, Victoria Shkashova. Silver medal position, still Rita Mara Maroshi. And right now, new bronze medal position for Lucia Dietrikova. 47 seconds behind her teammate Victoria Shkashova. So
Costa Muller
crazy.
through our second TV split.
So it was more than 2 minutes time lost for Lucia Dietrichova on the last part of the course. Look at that. The tail is 1 minute there, and then she's going up the slope. This is clearly not the best line to hit this control. So Shkashova closing in, and now she's less than 1 minute. And then Shkashova really exiting the control right, hitting the path right, and Dietrichova taking the wrong path there, made the mistake, lost the gold, lost the silver today.
Yeah, I think that's a similar mistake to the one that we saw Isabel Howard making, just hitting that path at the wrong angle and finding yourself just running the wrong way down it.
Yeah, what a pity. She was really running on a class of her own. Of course, she's not happy. She's not happy with it, obviously, but it is orienteering. You really need to navigate all the way to the last controls.
Fantastic performance, and you see, she is a fantastic runner.
So do you think Evelina Oyanaho is the last person to be able to contest with the medals here today?
This is definitely, she's the last one to may threaten the medals today. That is very, very clear. So right now the podium is Victoria Shkashova, gold medal, Rita Mara Maroshi, silver, Lucy Dietrichova in bronze medal position, then Celine Sandvold fourth, Katy Ots fifth, Eli Punto sixth. This is the top 6 standings for the women's class. Last out there that can really push some of these girls out of the podium is Evelina Oyanaho. And again, she passed the second TV control only 12 seconds behind the time of Victoria Shkashova. So it's still even possible for her to become junior world champion. And Tomasz Rzenka to the finish. 14th spot for him. Good to see. On the top 10 today.
It might start to get exciting soon in the men's competition too.
Yes, it is. We will see it at TV2 for sure. We will see it at TV2 pretty soon.
We're here with Lucy Dietrichova, gold medal last year in Pilsen. You started very, very well today. What happened at the last control?
I don't know. I just lost my mind probably and chose the wrong path. Yeah, and then I realized and I go through the bush, but it was really slow.
Well, you're still bronze medal. You ran very well. Can you tell us about your approach?
Actually, the curves were really nice. It was fun until the last control.
Thank you so much. Good job today.
Thank you.
So this is where it gets exciting because we are about to have a new leader at Split 2.
Yeah, so really looking good for Hungary. Marton Chobot punching there that control with a new lead. It's only 14 seconds, but he's the first one for a long time, really threatening the lead of Loïc Berger. And the question in the men's class, yeah, it's whether we will have another Hungarian runner winning JWOC middle distance. Last one, Zoltán Boidoso, 2022, Aguiar da Beira, Portugal. Marton Chobot looking extremely good today.
And it also won't be long until we see Evelina Oyanaho pre-warned at the finish. Remember, she was just 12 seconds down on the time of current leader Skacheva at the second TV split. So here you can see Choboth.
Yeah, compared with Berger. Yeah, so it's just some seconds there. Here, Berger really pushing close, so he was getting closer to Chobot. But still, it should be around 15 to 20 seconds gap for Chobot at TV2. He's now the new leader there. But now we focus in the women. I'm so excited to see this battle in the women's class. I'm looking at the GPS tracking and I can see that Evelina Oyanaho is really doing a fantastic line through the controls there. She's going to hit the second last control pretty soon. We will see. Yeah, she's coming. But I don't think this is going to be a new best time, so it's looking very good for Victoria Skacheva.
It might not be a new best time, but it could be up in the best 3 times. She is absolutely flying through the terrain, and we expect to see her very shortly in the arena.
It's very close between her and Rita Maramoroshi. So the fight there should be for the silver medal position. But we know how fast Rita Maramoroshi is. So before that, Sondre Olausen from Norway heading out into the forests. But now we are looking to Evelina Oyanaho.
She was the bronze medalist back in 2022, and I think this is her final JWOC now, so her last chance for an individual medal.
Yeah, but also really good race and good final part of the course by Kirsten Müller from Switzerland. Here trying to get a place among the podium. It is still possible for him to go into a new 4th spot, beating Daniel Bolejovski, sprinting right there. And yes, indeed, this is going to be a new 4th best time in the men's cars. Kirsten Müller getting into that new 4th spot. And now Evelina Oyanaho, but the time is has already run out for her. And she's in fact fighting against Dietrichova for the bronze medal spots. The seconds are running for her, and it will not be a medal today for Evelina Oyanaho. That is quite clear. So the new junior world champion will be Victoria Skacheva, the silver medal for Rita Maramoroshi, bronze medal for Lucy Dietrichova, and then the 4th spots, Evelina Oyanaho, 5th, Celine Sandvold, 6th, Kati Ots. This will be the top 6 in the women's class.
So we'll see what happened with Oyanaho there in comparison to Skacheva.
You see they were neck to neck at that 12 control, but Skacheva higher running speed in this part of the race, just opening the gaps. You see the line is quite similar, but Skacheva simply running faster than Oyanaho, and she managed to open the gap there and take the gold medal for Czechia. Victoria Skacheva is the new junior world champion in the middle distance.
So for Choboth from Hungary, who has managed to extend this lead by a huge margin.
Yeah, he's really running for the goal today. He's really running for the goal today. Wow,
He's managed to
yeah, it's more than 1 minute now.
His teammates
It's
are all
crazy.
gathered by the final control, watching out for him. They know that this is going to be a big lead when he comes in. So we should see him on the screen soon.
And it's looking like it's going to be gold medal for Hungary because looking about the ones to start, don't really think there's someone that can threaten that lead. So we really need to look to this performance by Martin Chowat as maybe the gold medal performance of the day in the men's class. Here he comes.
Yeah, absolutely flown through the final part of this course. Look at all the support for him here. He's flying. Look at the change in that lead from 14 seconds to over a minute in the lead, and he's going to finish ahead of Loic Berger, a new lead, and surely this is the winner today.
Yeah, crazy performance. Again, is not the only one, the first one to go below 26 is the first one to go below 20. No, is the only one to go below 26 minutes mark. So it's going to be 25 minutes of and some seconds of running for him. Crazy performance, more than 1 minute advantage over Loic Berger. That has also 1 minute advantage over Rasmus Toirila. So crazy to see Chobot performing so well on this middle distance race today. So you see they were pretty neck to neck at that control. But then probably there's also some pads there, and this is much better line from Chobot compared to Berger going to control 16. And you see there like 1 minute faster to that control 16 Martin Chobot, and getting what may well be the gold medal today.
We're here with Evelina Oyanaho. What a close race. Can you tell us about it?
I'm satisfied. Some hesitations, but overall, good race that I can be proud of.
How did you train for it?
I was here. I've been on a camp twice in Trento area, and I mean, of course, you kind of train your whole life for the physique. So,
thank you so much. Good job today.
Thank you so much.
So not to be a medal then in Evelina Oyanaho's final race at JWOC. So then victory with Rita Maramurusi in second place and Lucy Dichikova in third.
And the last three spots on the podium: Evelina Oyanaho, Celine Sandvold, and Katiots, meaning no podium for Eli Punto or Freya Jerne today. Still in the top 10, Ingeborg Mosland and Alva Bjork. Also a strong race by Ilse Jumike from Latvia in 16th position. Mila Key, best Australian, 24th position for her. Rachel Baker there, New Zealand, 39 spots. This is the top 40, and also quite a good word for Victoria Nosenko from Moldova, 42nd position for her. Good to see Moldova so far up the result list. As for the men, still the standings, because we still have some runners out to start, but it's looking very, very good for Martin Chobot, still standing in gold medal position, with now the second best Loic Berger and the third bronze medal spot for Rasmus Toirila. Still in the top 10, Serafin Kovalchuk from Ukraine, good to see. Also Kasparas Murenas, 12 spots, also very good result for him.
We are here with Martin Chobot, gold medal today's middle distance. Tell us about your emotions and your race.
Yeah, I fucked up the long distance, to say the least, and yeah, I had to go through a lot of mental phases to get here, but yeah, I just focused on orienteering and it worked out.
Did you like the course today? What was the best part?
It was quite physical. I think it was, like the whole picture was quite nice. Of course, the white parts up there
on the west side of the map, but those were the toughest also. And yeah, I just managed to push through, not mess it up too bad. I hope it's enough.
Congratulations, very good done.
Thank you very much.
So great to hear from the current first position. Apologies for the language there. Very excited to be leading the competition.
Yeah, it's emotions. You need to show your emotions. And sometimes runners do something like this. I'm always interested. I don't understand Swedish, but I always love to hear Caroline Olsson when she's making the commentary and she's being interviewed just after the finish. She's always so emotional. And I think that he also uses some words in Swedish that are probably not the best. But it's good to hear how the runners cope with the things that go on their heads. Pari de Gallo into the TV2 control. He's on the fight to be the best Italian runner. So he's in fact the best one at that control. Faster than Jonas Leo Soelva.
What was the winning strategy today? Focus on orienteering, not like orienteering beside my face. Slow down if I'm hesitant, and just go safe.
So I think we are almost in the end of the start list. Do some more men athletes to go out there. Last to start, Alvaro Perez Otero will start at 15:01, so 6 minutes time for him. This is the replay of the top three in the women's class. You saw the big mistake by Rita Maramaroshi. She was so far down there at that control, and then she had to climb almost all the way to the gold medal. She was getting closer and closer to Shkashova, but you saw that Dmitrikova was really running on a class of her own, doing it everything quite smoothly throughout all the course. She was so far ahead, more than 1 minute in front of everybody else. When Maramaroshi and Shkashova really getting closer there at that control. But Shkashova, really nice last part that secured her the gold medal. But here it was when everything started to go wrong to Dmitrikova. I think she went too far up in the slope. Maybe too much physical effort there. When she got to this control 15, really bad exit from the control. She got to that one. She thought that she was in the other one. Big mistake, lost the gold, lost the silver, but still good enough for the bronze medal today. And Sondre Olausen from Norway, there in the forests, when Elton Jokumsen from Denmark into the finish. Good run for him. Yeah, he should be really happy. He will not be faster than Niels Dahlgaard, that's for sure. He will be the second Danish runner of the day. But it's looking, so 11th spot for him right now. But it's looking good for Denmark for tomorrow. Niels Dahlgaard, Niels Jokumsen and Erik Nielsen. These three guys performed quite well, so good hopes for tomorrow's relay. And Holly, how is the feeling among the Hungarian spectators there in the arena? Should be so happy with the performance by Martin Chobot, no?
Oh, of course, they were all gathered around the final control, cheering him on in. In fact, the majority of the arena were but it could well be 2 medals for Hungary today. I don't see anyone beating the time of Martin Chobeth.
Yeah, we just have to keep our minds open, but yeah, honestly, it's looking good for Martin Chobot. The ones that have passed that first radio control, all of them, they are really far behind the time of Martin Chobot. You saw Ulvik passing there, but he had a good start of the course, really close, but then small hesitation to control number 4. Not the best exit to number 6, and again that line from Martin Chobot to number 6 may well have secured him the gold medal. Of course, Loic Berger lost the gold medal in the route choice to control number 16, but that leg from 5 to 6 is just a crazy line by Chobot. Here he was really taking a good line. That is the line that I thought was the best. You just go use a little bit of a pad and then you pass between control 11 and 12 and you use the top of the hill to go to control number 9. And you see here Rasmus Toirila using the same route choice as Martin Chobot. And he was executing it really well, Chobot there. Well, you need to execute it well when you are to become junior world champion in the middle distance with more than 180 athletes running.
Yeah, all those seconds really, really do count.
We can see that the situation in the area of the trolls is a bit different than
Adam Methven punching at the second radio control ahead of James Hammond.
Yeah, this is one of the fastest runners that are out there in the forest. So Adam Zridrva Veseli from Czechia going into what may well be a place among the 20 best. So yeah, looking very good for Martin Chobot. 18 spots for Adam, 250 behind the time of Martin Chobot. Yeah, and you see that he's taking this route choice to the east, and this is very, very bad to use. To go from the pad to the control. Really bad there for Adam, and those that took that route choice were already out of the contention for the medals.
Yeah, looks like he had a mistake at number 10 as well there.
We have three runners from Switzerland in the top 5. I'm not the coach of the Swiss team, but if I may...
So current standings, current podium: Martin Chobot, Loic Berger, Rasmus Toirila, Ludwig Rosen, Daniel Boleowski, and I think it was after him Hannes Mogensen. But right now the last place in the podium to Daniel Boleowski.
As a runner-up at the Junior World Championship. He was running in Switzerland too. Okay, I'm just joking. This situation...
I was trying to look a little bit about the long leg. on the men course, and I think that on that long leg, Loic Berger lost 31 seconds compared with Martin Chobot. Yeah, because Loic Berger was running on the path to the east and then he made the correction to not be caught on the green area, but he lost 31 seconds there. Now Pari de Gallo to the finish line. And 34th spot for him. He will not be the fastest Italian on today's course. Jonas Leoso Elva 32.17 and Pari de Gallo 32.29. So very close to his teammates. Also looking good for the relay for Italy. Jonas Paride and Mattia Corona, also Samuel Ackler. So the 4 guys among the top 40 so far in the middle distance today. So some work for Stefano Raus, the coach of the Italian team, to do to make the team for tomorrow.
Una gara in cui ha guadagnato posizioni, registriamo alcuni errori durante forse anche l'inizio, in particolare la lanterna numero 2, ma dopo ha mostrato di riuscire a recuperare nel corso della gara, risalendo da una 70ª posizione anche un po' più bassa su fino ad arrivare attorno alla 30ª posizione che ha mantenuto fino alla fine, chiudendo in 34ª posizione.
You can see a lot of athletes have been struggling with the green patches in that area.
And yeah, to try and fill in with something interesting. Probably we will see some analysis for Martin, between Martin and Loic Berger. Martin Chobot winning with 1 minute and 15 seconds. What I can tell you is that from the quick analysis that I did, Loic was losing the gold medal on the long leg to control 9 and on the leg to control 16. Everywhere else he was faster than Martin Chobot, but on those 2 controls is where he really lost the gold medal. Hopefully we can see it on the pictures. I think at this moment all of the runners are already out in the forest. Last to start was Alvaro Perez Otero. And Alvaro, I don't know what he did, but Alvaro did a huge mistake already to control number 1. I think he read the map wrong and he did 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and now he realized, and now he's going back to do the loop again. Or, yeah, no. Now you see it. So he didn't punch control number 1. So now he's going back to punch number 1. Now he's going to control number 2. So really not the best of starts for Alvaro Otero. But I think Spain tomorrow in the relays, they are going to be quite competitive. Super Orly from Australia into the finish. In this position, I didn't saw, but I think it's 37. Yeah, position 37 for him at the finish line. Just some 6 seconds slower than the Oceania body Felix Hunt that is sitting in 35th position. This is Ivan Drak. And I think this is Adam Rika Veseli from Czechia. Crazy name to say, at least for me. Coming into a place among the 20 best. Fighting to beat the time of Antonin Shaslin and Tomasz Rzenka. Yeah, so he's in the middle of these two. 17th spot for him. 3:53 off the pace of what we can almost for certain say the new junior world champion Marton Chobot.
Yeah, Adam Methven also just finishing there. He'll be really pleased with another top 30. Good to see he's still smiling and laughing.
Can I maybe just look at it? Thanks. Maybe. Yeah, at least, yeah. The line.
So yeah, when we have a start list in the junior class, the start lists are always not seeded. And this means that it can happen like something like this, where we are toward the end of the start list, and now we just wait for runners to come. No one really threatening the lead of Marton Chobot, but we will keep our focus and streaming on until we have the final confirmation about the gold medal going to Hungary and to Marton Chobot. So here, Kovnik into TV2 for the 5th position for him. And it's Oli, it's crazy to see. Of course, if we take out the two guys that are on 1st and 2nd position, Marton Chobot and Loic Berger, from Rasmus Toirila down, Rasmus Toirila is 2 minutes down, then the times are very packed on the result list there. So it was a close race in the men's class.
Yeah, of course, and it was similar in the women's early on as well, with only 2 seconds dividing Ellie Punto, Freya Hjörna and Kati Hotz as well. Very, very close competition, showing that even the smallest of mistakes really, really do make an impact on the results.
And already looking a little bit forward for tomorrow, because both of us will be back here tomorrow to make the commentary for the relay. And well, I don't know about you, but I really love relays. This terrain is going to really be enabling us to maybe have some really close battles.
Yeah, I'm very, very excited for the relay. It's always a different kind of competition. There's a lot more atmosphere and support in the arena, and yeah, absolutely love a relay.
And from what you have seen today, let's start with making some expectations about the women relay for tomorrow. Who do you think it's your favorite team?
Well, it's hard to overlook the Czech team, isn't it? They've been absolutely fantastic all week. But there's also some very, very good Swiss runners.
Yeah. I think
the Swedes as well.
Yeah, for me, the biggest favorites will be for sure the Czech team. They have a really strong, compact team. And last year they were also very favorites for the relay in the women's class. In the end, it didn't went so well because they did not get the gold medal. They were just bronze last year. But this year I think that they will want to get that title. But then also Switzerland's really strong team for sure. They had 3 girls on the top 12. Celine Sandvold, Katjots and Henriette Radzikowski. Sweden, of course, as you said, also they will have also a very strong team. But what about Hungary?
I mean, you never know, do you? You can't rule anybody out.
Yeah, for me, Hungary were among the favorites for the medal before Mara Marosi said that Janka Mikes had that small injury. And I could understand that she was not running today.
Yeah.
So hopefully she can be back tomorrow and fight for the team. But it will also come down to who they are going to put in first spots in that team. And if they manage to survive the first leg, and if Janka Mikes is in okay shape to run for the relay, they can also be fighting for the medals.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be quite an open race for the medal positions. I think it's a similar kind of thing with the men. I think the Swiss team look really, really strong. They've got 3 in the top 5 today. So
what to say about the Swiss, because they have they have so many runners. But it's going to be interesting to check what is going to be the lineup of the team for Switzerland, because I know that they are not making the teams based on the results from today. So the teams are set from before this, so they already know who is going into the first or second team. So it's going to be interesting to see if these 3 guys, Berger, Baumberger and Kursin Müller, if they will all run on the first team or not, or if some of the other guys will step up to the first team.
Yeah, it's great to have such competition within a squad, because it pushes each member harder to really try and achieve the selection for that first team.
And then also the Czech team in the men's class, also they will be fighting there for the medals.
I'm also excited to see what Finland can do. Yeah,
I think for Finland the relay for the Finnish orienteer is like riding a bicycle. They ran so many relays during all year long. They have such a strong relay league. Many of these runners, they are so used of running relays that I'm really looking forward to see what these young Finnish runners can do tomorrow on the relay. Also in the women, but in the women, we could really understand that probably the fitness shape of Evelina Oianaho was not the strongest toward the end of the race, because we seen her at the second TV control still with the possibility to become junior world champion, and in the end she was outside of the medal, just like purely I think based on running speeds. But let's see what these girls can do. They have been so dominant during several years, and in fact in the women's class Finland is the reigning relay world champion. Last year they got the gold with Eli Punto, Virma Pelika and Evelina Oianaho. The 3 girls, they are still here last year as a junior, so last chance for them to get some medals out of JWOC. What about Great Britain? What can you expect from Great Britain?
Oh, it's hard to say, isn't it? We've had some good relay success recently. Got some good strong teams, I can imagine. Don't know what the selections are, but no, I can imagine we've got some strong teams going forwards and look for some good results.
Yeah, I was there in Denmark in 2019 as a spectator. Well,
I was
looking
watching
because-
that back at home on my sofa. It was Megan
And I
Keith, Grace Malloy, and Fiona Bunn.
Yeah, it was a crazy performance and really good gold medal for Great Britain on that year. Probably not gold medal for them this year, but yeah.
I mean, you can't rule anything out, can you?
No. Oh, of course not. But for sure, the expectations in the team are not that high. But let's hope for fingers crossed for a good result from Great Britain, and also again, like for Portugal, always cheering for my own country also.
Of course.
I think for the girls, they would be happy if they can make a position among the 20 best this year, I think.
Fair enough. No, I think the Brits will just be hoping for clean races and good vibes, I think. And see what that can do in the results.
Sondre Olausen, we saw him passing at the TV control a few minutes ago. About 9 minutes of the pace of Martin Chobot, but finishing in a strong pace here into a new 69 position, straight with water into his head to cool down. And Bartel Kulvnik into top 50 today. 7:28 off the pace of Martin Chobot. And I think it's like very almost safe to say that he's the new junior world champion, Martin Chobot. Last starter today, Álvaro Pérez Otero. 20 minutes running time for him right now. So to be sure, we have to wait 6 more minutes until we officially declare Martin Chobot as the new Middle Distance Junior World Champion. But yeah, the gold medal will not escape from him. That is 99% for sure.
So Bruno, if you were an athlete, what would you be doing this afternoon in order to recover in time for the relay?
Yeah, just first I would just exit the heat as soon as possible, and then you really need to pay attention to your recovery. Drinking is very important because the runners will dehydrate a lot in this hot weather, so they really need to put enough water into their bodies so that they can recover faster. Then if they have the possibility, massage is also quite good. And I would recommend all of them to go back to their accommodations and just have a good nap, because they need to rest in order to be physically okay for tomorrow.
Yeah, the best recovery is time spent off your feet.
But also technically, I think the relay, it's going to be on the same arena. So they can really analyze what they have done today, because if it's the same arena, they will use parts of the terrain that are the same as yesterday. That is quite clear. They have the old map. They have now the new map from the competition. They have live logs. They can go out, analyze where they were faster, what make them slower in some of the legs, so that they can understand what type of skills they should be using on tomorrow's relay. The big advice I would say, based on what I was looking during all day long, is you need to read the map, You need to do good orienteering and really choose good lines between the controls, because the greens are very green. You can get stuck in some places, and yeah, it's not good on a relay to get stuck with everybody else just seeing you and then running around and being faster.
So not long left then until we can officially announce Martin Chobeth as the potentially new middle junior world champion.
This is just like a formality that we are doing it now, because we all know that he's going to be the next junior world champion in the middle distance. So Alvaro Otero, he had that terrible start of the race. Almost 23 minutes of running time for him. He's on his way already to control number 9. But here, Delazar Kovlet from Bulgaria, heading toward the TV2. Around position number 70, close to Gracien Bouilly. We haven't talked about Gracien Bouilly. Yesterday was really good on that long distance, 8th spot for him, but today not the best of races. He was the best Swiss guy on the second best Swiss guy on yesterday's race. Today, really outside of the top spots.
Yeah, I mean, we all have those days, don't we, where things don't quite go to plan, or maybe the conditions weren't in our favour, or maybe we're just not feeling too good that day. So hopefully he can recover from today quickly, and perform well tomorrow for the relay.
The first part of the course on that area with some greens, that really proved to be challenging for many of the runners, and most of the time when you make a mistake early on, then it's very hard to recover. That is what I really admired about Rita Maramaroshi's performance today, was that she made that huge mistake to control number 3, and she was able to totally reset, just keep on with her orienteering, and manage to bring herself from, she was 39 at the first pre-warning control, at the first ready control, and she climbed from 39 position into silver medal. So that is really strong mentality by Rita Maramarossi on today's race.
Yeah, it also shows that if you do have an early mistake, you really shouldn't just discount yourself from the competition. And if you do keep pushing, you can be rewarded at the end of that with good results. Obviously, we don't all have the pace of Rita Maramarossi, but...
Yeah, that is quite clear. I think she was probably the one, if we take out Dimitrikova was running clearly on a class of her own during all course, except to the route to the last control. But Rita Maramarossi is probably the fastest runner out of the girls that are at JWOC 25. But that's also the lesson for tomorrow, is that if you are behind on the first controls on the relay, probably you should not quit and just keep pushing, because the other guys in front of you may make a mistake and then you are back in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And also you've got a team to run for as well. It's almost that extra motivation to keep pushing.
Yes, indeed. So, yeah, right now it's official. The time has run out for the last starter, so this means that Martin Chobot is now officially the new middle distance junior world champion in the men's class. So we had the 2 golds today, Martin Chobot, Hungary, and Victoria Shkashova from Czechia.
Yeah, it's been a very exciting day of racing, very, very fine margins.
think we are waiting now for the last big train of runners to come into the finish. And it is going to be, I think, 3 or 2 runners coming together. The best of them will be the Ukrainian Ivan Drach. Now the replay here for the 3 medalists from today, Chobot, Toirila and Berger. So Chobot gaining the lead on that 6 control, but after that the exit from Berger at control number 8 was quite good, but he did the suboptimal route choice there, having too much left on the line, and Chobot with a better line to control number 9 managed to get the lead at that point. Then Berger was closing in here toward the second TV control, and they were mainly neck to neck at that second TV control. But as you may see, the best line from Chobot to control number 16, bad route choice from Berger there. This is where he lost the gold medal. So Berger lost the gold medal, both on the route choice to control number 9 and on this route choice to control number 16, with a very good overall run by Rasmus Toirila all race. So the Spanish, Martí Pu from Spain at the finish line, 66th position for him, and Ivan Drach from Ukraine is second loss to finish his race today, will come to a place among the 50 best. Like we say, close to Gracian Boy's time, very close to Gracian Boy's time. Maybe some seconds faster, yes indeed. 42 spot for Ivan. This is last guy that we will for sure bring to the finish line.
For the camera, it means that we have only one runner into the forest.
So final race results for the men, with new junior world champion Martin Chobot, 25.52, silver medal for Loic Berger, Switzerland, and bronze medal for Finland for Rasmus Toirila. Then the other 3 spots in the podium, David Baumberger, Kirsten Muller, and Daniel Bolejovski. So here the replay, the bronze medal here for Lucia Dietrichova, silver medal with a strong finish by Rita Maramaroshi, and then the gold for Victoria Shkashova. And the last 3 spots in the podium there for Evalina Onyaho, Lynn Sandvold, and Kathy Otts. So the awards with the world champion.
The gold medal in today's middle distance. Last year you were the runner-up. How does it feel to win the gold today?
Simply unbelievable, but I think that if there wasn't a mistake of Lucy, she would be first.
And tell us about your technique today. How was that?
Well, my technique wasn't that perfect, but I think that it's mainly due to that it wasn't that technically demanding, because there were a lot of running on paths and routes. So otherwise we weren't in the forest navigating that much.
Are we gonna see you in the first team? What about the leg you're running tomorrow?
To be honest, I don't know yet, because we don't know the team. We don't know the team for relays yet, because our trainers are going to tell us just after signing up.
And what are your goals for the future in this season?
Well, to compete and be happy with my own performances, and if the result will be good, or as well as there are, I would be even more content.
Thank you so much. Good job.
Thank you.
So that was Victoria Skacheva. And now the top three for the men. So Rasmus Toila took the bronze medal with Loic Berger in second place for the silver. And our winner and champion, Martin Chobeth.
Bulgaria in position number 72, 71,
And the other places on the podium: fourth place, David Baumberger; fifth place, Korsen Müller; and sixth, Daniel Bolahovsky.
We're here with Martin Chobot, the new world champion in the middle distance. Tell us about your race.
Yeah, it was pretty much perfect. Some few small mistakes, but nothing to worry about. And throughout my race, I didn't know I was gonna finish, but at the finish, I managed to catch a glance of the TV and saw that it was all green. So yeah, really happy with it.
What about the other races of this JWOC?
Yeah, they were really tough so far. I haven't performed to my ability, and yeah, I was just not in the right headspace, but luckily the rest day did its job. And
so you're looking forward for the last race tomorrow. What about it?
yes, of course, I'm running with my very good friend and my brother. It's gonna be super fun. Relays are always the funnest, and yeah, it's the peak moment, I think, of JWOC.
Thank you so much. Good job.
Thank you.
Great to hear from our leaders and winners today. And that brings us then to the end of the middle competition today. It's been a fantastic day. So here again, the final results. Very impressive to see 3 Swiss runners in the top 5, but it was Hungary that took the gold medal. Also fantastic to see a runner from Ukraine in the top 10. A good mix of flags in the results.
Yes, and also there the good result by Tomasz Rzinka from Poland, silver medalist in the sprint, here getting a top 20. Kasparas Murenas also good from Lithuania, 14th spot for him. As for the women, here with the gold medal for Victoria Skacheva, silver for Rita Maramaroshi, and the bronze for Lucia Dietrikova. The last places on the podium for Evelina Anajo, Celine Sandveld, and Kati Otz. And here again, we already talked about this. Ilze Jumika, really good top 20 for the young Latvian girl.
And this is the medal table then at the end of the middle race with just the relay to go tomorrow. It's been a fantastic week of racing so far. One more race, and I guess we will see you all tomorrow for the final race, the relay. Thank you everybody for tuning in today.
And thank you everybody, stay tuned for the relay.
9:00 the start of the relay, the men relay. At 11:15, if I'm not wrong, at the start of the women relay, then we will have in a row the prize giving ceremony here in the arena. Then the VIP and coaches race, which is one of the most weighted events. You have to prepare for the water, It's a sort of competition that you run, if you are VIP, if you are coach, you run under the water. It doesn't matter if there are 40 degrees.
I'm pretty sure that some water will be used tomorrow. Then we'll have the last stage of the 5 days of Italy.
And here we are in 20 soon.